Welcome, welcome, welcome. I would like to welcome everyone today to the State of the LGBTQ Believer of Color Symposium, where we'll be talking about sex, faith, trauma, and religion. Today we're doing it online. As many of you know, we were scheduled to meet in New York City, but with new guidelines and your feedback, we decided to take this symposium online, and we are very excited for what is to happen today. Um, we appreciate everyone logging in and joining. I have a few housekeeping rules before we begin with Reverend Jerri Lee at 10:15 a.m. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you for joining us today. This is the State of the LGBTQ Believer of Color Symposium. My name is Dr. Renair Amin. I am your host today and the founder of LGBTQ Faith Matters, who is the nonprofit initiative behind this symposium. So I thank you for joining us today. We have a full day. We have amazing workshops in the morning, and this afternoon we will be blessed by an awesome panel moderated by Reverend Susan Webley, and it is going to be a good day. We're going to talk about some real stuff, so I don't want to hold us too long. I'm going to go ahead and start to begin. But before we do, we've had a interesting week. People are working remotely from home. There's a lot of emotion right now in the atmosphere. So I just want to offer you on this Saturday morning, wherever you are, just a moment to take a deep breath in and release it. Take another deep breath in and release it. And we're going to do one more to center ourselves, to ground ourselves, to allow us to be in a place of being open and listening and sharing with one another today. Let us take a deep breath in and breathe out. As believers of color, as believers of faith, in this moment, I'm going to just take a second to give gratitude to the divine for allowing us to gather through technology today so that we could still be able to do the work that we all have been purposed and called to do. So I want to give a few guidelines before we begin. Um, as you can tell, we are in the Zoom webinar setting. So what we will do is we have it set those so that on your screen, the only participants that you will see at the moment are the ones that are engaged for that particular time. So on your screens, you may see myself, you may see Color Magazine as they're helping us with the tech for the chat and for the questions. And you will also see Reverend Jerri, who is scheduled to speak shortly. But let's talk about a couple of guidelines to help us flow along smoothly today. The first guideline is this is a conversation. A conversation. This is a conversation to educate and to discuss sex, faith, trauma, and religion. Meaning it is not a debate. It is not a theological argument about what someone else chooses to believe or how they choose to live. So as you see, there's a bullet that says, be respectful of another's life and lived experience. So today we hope to be able to introduce things, to discuss topics, and even if there are things that might make us a little uncomfortable or things that we don't know about, this is an open space and it's a free space. You are more than welcome to invite people to join by using the link www.tinyurl LGBTQ SYM 20, or any other way you would like to invite them. But I do not have this broadcasting live because it still needs to be a safe space, and people need to be able to share their lives and share their questions. This allows us to be able to keep you safe. When it's broadcasted live, I have no way of monitoring. We have no way of monitoring who's coming in and out of the space. Guideline number 2, agree to disagree. Again, this is not an argument. This is not a debate. This is a space for us to share and learn and heal around the conversation of sex and religion and how faith-based trauma shows up in that. When we open up the floor for Q&A, which we will, we are asking that you use the raise your hand option or use the Q&A option when guided. And then we're also asking that phones be kept muted when not speaking to allow for an easier participatory experience. So it's important that attendees and participants feel safe. We reserve the right to remove any content or individual that may threaten, cuss, or disrespect a participant or another attendee. So those are the symposium guidelines. If anyone has a question or they have something they would like to add, please feel free to do so using the chat option. And I'll check that in one moment when I stop sharing my screen. And we also have a very special announcement that I wanted to share with you, and you get to hear it first before anyone else. We have been known as Holoclaria Coaching. As you looked at the flyer, you'll see Holoclaria Coaching has appeared in most places, but as of today, we are proud to announce that we at Holoclaria Coaching will now go by Pink Love Wellness LLC. We are LLC'd as Pink Love Wellness, and we look forward to moving forward, doing more projects, more symposiums, workshops, and things to help educate and heal our community around matters of life, matters of spirituality, and matters of the heart. So we just wanted to share that good news with you. We're really excited about that. You are the first to hear that Holoclaria Coaching has now been incorporated or LLC'd as Pink Love Wellness. And we're so excited about what is to come for us and the work that we're doing. So on that note, I am going to get ready to prepare to bring in our next facilitator. But in a moment, I'm going to stop sharing on here. We're going to get ready to bring in our next facilitator, Reverend Jerri, who will be talking to us today around sex and religion. Give me one little moment here. We are very, very excited to have her with us today. She is talking about sexuality and spirituality. There is a connection. Sexuality and spirituality, there is a connection. And so let me, Reverend Jerri Lee, I am getting ready to unmute you and bring your camera in so that everyone can see you. Well, it won't let me bring your camera on. You have to do that.
Okay, technical difficulties here. You
That is
video. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
You should be able to do it now.
Okay. Ah, there I am.
Yes, that was my fault. Apparently, I had turned all that good stuff off, so no one could do.
Okay.
No one could do anything. And again, for those that came in a little later, we have it set so that at the moment, only the facilitator or person that is speaking at the time will be visible. During the day, you will see later on, we will bring on Ignacio, and then after that, for this afternoon, we'll bring in all the panelists and the moderator. This allows us to keep the screen uncluttered so that everyone can get what it is that they need. Because matter of fact, while you're talking, Reverend Jerri, I'm going to not be seen as well so that everyone can be centered and focused on you. So just a little bit, for those that would like to hear the full bios of all these amazing people, you can visit LGBTQfaithmatters.com. I am just going to read a portion because we have been blessed with people that have extensive, one almost 2-page bios going on here. So, Reverend Jerri Mitchell Lee, a native of Brooklyn, New York, has been a citizen of Newark, New Jersey since 1972, when she relocated to accept the teaching position. She has been part of the Unity Fellowship Church movement since 1997, while serving at UFC Liberation and Truth in Newark, New Jersey. Reverend Lee is presently serving at Unity Fellowship Church Newark as co-pastor with Elder Kevin E. Taylor, senior pastor. She continues to develop her passion of outreach and wellness. Reverend Lee is the published author of 5 books addressing such topics as spirituality and sexuality, street outreach, folk tales, and short stories. She continues to train and teach in Newark, New Jersey in the areas of outreach, spirituality and sexuality, domestic violence, health and wellness, and staff development. Reverend Lee lives in her passion to work out and runs at least one half marathon a year while always encouraging others to live their best healthy lives. Wow. Now, that run a half marathon at least once a year. I can't walk a half marathon, but don't judge me. I'm just joking.
Just walk anywhere.
So I just want to say before you begin, thank you so much for giving of your time today and to be able to have this conversation with us. I'm honored and I'm grateful, and I so appreciate you.
Well, I thank you in return for the kind invitation. It's not often that I get a venue of this type to just share this information. And it's information, like you said earlier, that some people are very uncomfortable with, especially in the faith community, when they're trying to separate something that is a part of them, and they're trying to separate and take it out, well, I can't do this, or this isn't right. So learning to live in harmony with your sexuality also strengthens your faith journey in your life.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to get my pen so I can take some good notes. And on that note, I am going to close my video and mute my phone and allow you to have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be here. I am privileged to be here today. And I just want to start out by saying that I need everyone to keep an open mind about this. Think outside the box, as they say. Spirituality and sexuality. I'm going to start out with it's actually the introduction from my book, 28 to 98, Sensual and Sexy. And it talks about spirituality and sexuality and how it impacts our faith and how we walk our faith walk and how we participate in our churches. It is possible for spirituality and sexuality to be breathed into the same life. It's not a separate entity. There is a connection. We spend a lot of time burying our feelings around sexuality and convincing ourselves we should not feel because there is a spirit created within us that makes us sexual and sensual until we make transition. People's views on sexuality have changed and continue to change over the years. From the restrained and disciplined sexuality during the times of King James to the presence of HIV and AIDS and STIs, our sexuality has had an influence on our spirituality. It has been shown that suppressing our sexuality can only lead to problems, especially in terms of our spirituality. Even when practicing celibacy, there can be a misunderstanding as to what it is. We think oftentimes by denying ourselves our sexuality or our creativity in our sexuality that we're sacrificing, that we're doing something that we should be given credit for, when in actuality, not everybody understands what celibacy actually means, because celibacy also involves your spiritual being and the possibility of your spirituality being blocked. There is a misconception in many societies that as you age, your sexuality diminishes. Nothing could be further from the truth. Part of the enjoyment of getting older is gaining wisdom about your sexuality and your sensuality. Instead of hiding from the word orgasm, try to consider it as a meditative state. At 68 or 98, you can tell someone at 28 what they have to look forward to. Feeling sensual and sexy is nothing to feel guilty or ashamed about. What does your sexuality say about your faith, your interpretation of scripture, or your way of living the gospel? And I started the book off with this statement because oftentimes we judge ourselves so harshly around sexuality. Many times they say important topics should come from the pulpit, from the leaders of faith initiatives, from the leaders of the churches into the congregations. And this is especially important for young people. We still have teen pregnancy within our congregations because there's that shame piece that's still being interjected into them instead of having them and helping them understand their sexuality and their bodies. Now, coexisting in the same body, how do we feel about our sexuality and spirituality existing in one place, our bodies and in our minds and in our souls and in our hearts? How do we feel about that? Do we feel as though there's enough room for them both? Or is there something, well, we need to keep it separate because my faith in God has nothing to do with my sexuality. Yet who created that sexuality in the first place? I often tell people that we are all sexual beings until we are 6 feet under. Nothing changes. It's how we direct that energy and how we look at it and how society looks at it as well. How we were raised, what churches we went to, what beliefs that we have. All this coincides with and is a big part of how we feel about our sexuality as it relates to our spirituality. Many times we often think about, well, not only what will people think, but what will God think about this? What will God think about me being sexually active out of marriage? What will society think if I become a single parent? What will people say if I dress a certain way that they think is like sexually, promiscuous? Many times when cases of rape or sexual assault, they ask, well, what was she wearing? What were they wearing? Which has nothing to do with why the assault took place. What it does have to do with is how that person felt about their sexuality, how they felt about their bodies. Many times when, and we as women do it as well, oh, that dress is too tight. Why would she wear that tight dress to church like that? Or why is that neckline so low? Why she's in church. Why would she do that? We still restrict people from expressing their sexuality because we don't always agree with how they do it. So many times that person wearing the plunging neckline or the tight dress might be more in touch with their sexuality and spirituality than we are as churchgoers, as congregants, as expressing our spirituality as what, and it does not matter what venue it is, whether you're Buddhist or Catholic or Muslim, it does not matter. It's that someone is expressing their sexuality in a way that you're not necessarily approving of or necessarily liking, or you're afraid to express that same type of sexuality in the way that you dress and present yourself. So all of these things kind of fit into the thing of sexuality and spirituality, how we feel about ourselves. Because a person dresses in tight clothing or plunging necklines does not necessarily mean that they're, that they don't think better of themselves. It does not necessarily, it might be who they are and how they think of themselves, and that's the way they're expressing themselves, though we might not always agree with that. As opposed to someone who wears loose clothing, trying to hide their sexuality, trying to hide their shape. Many times when we as mature shaped women think that, we look at our physical being, oh, I'm too heavy, I'm too fat, I'm too this, I'm too that. And we dress in a manner of a way to hide it, instead of trying to be comfortable of where our bodies are at that point in time, and walking in that, in faith and in spirituality. Because many times, if you're worried about being overweight, or if you're worried about the way you look, or you don't particularly like the way your body is shaped at any point in time, then it takes away from your spirituality, because you're worried about the physical instead of the soul and how God views you. God already knows what you look like. God has already seen you. God has created you. And we as human beings, we've taken different paths as to how we accept how God has created us. And reminding ourselves, okay, God has created me now. I can make a few improvements. I know that I can do better. I can be healthier. I can do this. I can do that. But the bottom line is this: you can't go any further until you're okay with the spiritual part of your life. Many times in people, they might want to lose weight, they might want to get in shape, they might want to do these things. Well, I'm going to do this. We're in the age of fast fix. People often don't want to take time to develop that spiritual. Do some meditation before you go into a fitness program. Do some soul searching before you go on a healthier eating plan. And I always use the term healthier eating as opposed to diet, because healthier eating means that you're changing the way you're doing something. You make some changes in your life. And as those changes start to take place and you see the positive effect of it, so does your spirituality come into a more positive perspective in your life. And you get to see, well, it's okay. I can wake up in the morning with a prayer and be relaxed. And I can go have something nutritious to eat because I'm calm. I'm spiritually calm. I'm finding a way to be okay with myself from the inside out. And that's a big piece of the spirituality and sexuality piece. From the inside out, I'm finding a way to be okay with my sexuality being connected to my spirituality. One of the examples I give is, have you ever said a prayer naked? Have you ever said a prayer naked? Just exposing, to the space that you're in. This is me. With no clothing, no hindrance, nothing covering you, nothing hiding any imperfections that you might have. That's the one exercise I encourage people to do. Say a prayer naked. And how do you feel? Are you able to do that? Are you comfortable enough with your spirituality to pray without any clothes on, without any hindrance? Or do you try to do that and you're so busy worried about your nakedness that you can't concentrate on the spiritual piece of what you're trying to do? Saying a prayer, saying a meditation, being just aware of who you are, where you are and whose you are. Again, it does not matter the belief system that you walk in your faith journey. What matters is what's inside of you and how you walk in that belief system. Why do we suppress our sexuality in association with our faith life? Why do we do that? Why do we try to hide who we are sexually and sensually in our faith life? Oftentimes, as an assistant pastor and as clergy, I get the reaction from people. They can't imagine, Reverend Jerri Lee, if you say something about sexuality or sensuality, oh, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear that. Otherwise, they do not want to fathom a person of faith or a faith leader being sexually active in today's age and time. Well, what did they think? That we just dropped to this earth like this and we sacrificed our sexual and sensual lives to be who we are, to be where we are at this point in time? So I think that's a very interesting reaction that people often don't want to hear, don't want to hear about a faith leader being sexually active in a healthy way. They just don't want to fathom it. So I use that example because often that is our attitude about sexuality and spirituality. We don't, my pastor can't have sex, but your pastor has 3 kids. How'd that happen? Or how could my pastor be sexually active? That's my pastor. They're not supposed to do that, but you are. It's okay for you to do it, but not a faith leader to do it. When in actuality, a healthy part of our well-being is around sexuality and sensuality and how we feel about our bodies. And I can't imagine that in a society where everything is centered around our bodies. Nowadays, they're more liberal as far as clothing advertisements and things like that. They use the more full-figured woman and man to advertise their clothing. They stores are opening up to having the larger sizes available so that they have more choices. One of my, I won't say the brand name of the store, but one of my favorite sports stores, I went in and I told the manager, I said, I love to shop here, but you don't cater to the full-figured woman who likes to work out too. So that's one of the things that we have to make society aware. There's not just one shaped body. There's just not one shape of faith belief. And the sensuality and the spirituality, it's connected. It's connected. I can only imagine that we are all adults listening to this. And one of the examples I give is that people not making the connection. When you mention the word orgasm, oh, well, minds go 50,000 different ways. But I tell people the last time that you had an orgasm, whose name did you call out? Jesus, God. So without thinking and without thinking about what we're saying in that moment of passion, are we not connected spiritually and sexually? And why do we suppress that? Why do we have a tendency to suppress our natural feelings in a healthy way? And the key to that is in a healthy way. Now we have pornography, we have so many different sites, so many, our sexuality going so many different ways. So there are shown some negative avenues of sexuality and how we express it. But the bottom line is how you express your sexuality and not having your spirituality hinder that, and understanding why. Why is it that you, even among women and men, well, men, they have different kind of conversations about sexuality as far as women do. Women, sometimes, I won't say all the time, depending on the group that you're in, they're very, oh, well, I don't do that. Oh, no, I would never do that. Oh, no, well, I couldn't do that. as far as exploring your needs and your desires sexually, there are just certain things that we inhibit ourselves from doing in fear of, what would God think? Well, this was not God's purpose for me sexually. And not really understanding that there's a connection there, and that you need to understand that connection before you can go any further in being comfortable with your sexuality. And when we were created, there is a spirit that was created within us that makes us sexual, that makes us sensual. We didn't just come upon this by reading books, or by it being just put out there to us, by seeing it on television or anything in the past. From the beginning of time, there is a piece of us that was created to be sexual and sensual. Not just for reproduction. Often, biblically, we talk about that, and I'm not going to get into the whole rigmarole, but the thing of sexuality and spirituality, I often refer people to the Song of Solomon. And reading this, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? When you read this, what do you think? Where does your imagination go when you read this particular book in the Bible? What is it saying to you? And oftentimes it's the words that have our imagination on just a runway. It just runs away with things. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. We always, we're always thinking the negative. But I always refer people to that book in the Bible. Well, what does that say? Well, they're talking about, how married to the church, and how this, that, and the other. But aside from that, if you just read the words and the descriptions that are said in this book of the Bible, what does that say to you? Did they just pull it? Where did that feeling come from? I guess that's the main question. Where did that feeling come from that would describe it in that manner, that would make you think that it was anything but sensual or sexual in the framework of spirituality? I'm going to read an example. It's not from the Bible, but it's called The Runway. And I'm just going to read a part of it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But as I'm reading it, I want you to take your mindset to a healthy sexual and sensual, and just make note of either you're being okay with it or you're being uncomfortable with it. And it's called The Runway. Walk the runway of my sexual being. The style of your shoes matches the feel of the hands as they explore and caress. The silhouette of my breasts, the curves of my hips that move with a fashion statement, saying bare skin is always in, as emotions rise and the body sparkles from the heat of combustion building. To move in a full awareness of the parts of being. And then it goes on to say that allows us to think and pray freely. Our sexuality requires spiritual open-mindedness that allows us to think and pray freely about how we were created as sexual beings. It is our hidden feelings or what someone else has said that keeps us from standing in the mirror and seeing a sexual creation in its original form. Now, I just want people to think about, where did your mind go with those words? Where was your imagination? Did you feel okay with it? Were you uncomfortable with it? When we start to describe, not necessarily in this piece, but explicitly sexual things, or something, just implying something. When somebody implies something sexual, where does your mind go? How do you work with that? Are you comfortable with that? The bottom line is, if you can't be comfortable with how you feel sexually and sensually, then how do you do that spiritually? How do you get that combination? We struggle way too often, and again, trying to keep the two separated. And that struggle is where it comes from. Our young people struggle with their sensuality and their sexuality as the hormones are raging, as they go into their teen years, learning how to work with that. A prime example is the conversation that parents always talk about with the birds and the bees. Well, have you talked about the birds and the bees with the kids? Take out the word birds and bees and use the words, have you talked to your children about their sexuality and their sensuality and how they feel about their bodies? That might be a better topic as opposed to the birds and the bees. And that's oftentimes because the parents are uncomfortable with their own sexuality and their sensuality. They won't let the daughter go to church if their pants or their dress or their skirt is too tight. They won't allow their sons to go to church if their pants are too tight or they don't look a certain way or they're exposing too much. So a lot of that does come from the person giving the talk or having the conversation with a young person about it. And it reflects on how many times how our youth act about it, because no one's your body is your temple. Treat it right. It's special. How do you feel? And that's a big piece of it. How do you feel? And not only to our young people, but to our adults. To our adults. Many times, well into our senior years, in assisted living places, in nursing homes, if a married couple has been married for eons of years and they have to go into a nursing home, there is no way made for them to even cuddle. It's a separation there after they've maybe slept in the same bed for 40 or 50 years, and all of a sudden they have to go to a nursing home. There are no accommodations made for married couples in a nursing home, which is a big reflection of how we feel about our sensuality, sexuality, and our spirituality. Because once they're separated like that, their spiritual being takes a spiral down. Their spirit, whatever belief they might have had, it interferes with that strong belief they not necessarily might have had in God, but how they feel spiritually about it, because it's been a part of their lives and they're comfortable with it. Yet they're separated at this time in their lives when they should be colored. And understand that our sexuality is not always about, it's a lot about intimacy, because it's not always about being sexually active, but it's about intimacy. It's about hugging. It's about how we talk to each other. That's all a part of that sensual and sexuality piece. So if we were to ask ourselves, or if you were to ask yourselves, well, truthfully, how do you feel about your sexuality? And when you answer that question, how do you feel about your sexuality? How has that affected how you worship in your church, in your synagogue, in your masjid, in your temple? How has your worship experience been affected about how you feel about your sexuality and your sensuality? If you're uncomfortable with the sexuality and sensual part, does it not affect your spirituality and how you worship and how your true belief is, what you truly believe in? Does it affect that piece of it? And if people take a close look at it and just, wow, you know what? Might be something to that. And again, accepting people sexually and sensually for who they are, from your pastor to your deacon to your priest to whomever, know that we are all sexual beings. And there's no getting away from that. I don't care, that's how we were created. We can't recreate or even uncreate the way that we were created. There's been kind of a set pattern. We have 2 feet, we have 2 legs, we have 2 eyes, everything coming in pairs. There's certain things about us that do not change. And the realization is that our sexuality does not change. How we move in it does change because we change it. We change it. We allow things to come into our lives. We allow things to come into our spirit that changes how we feel about our sexuality and how it relates to our spirituality. A next thought is, when you are sexually active, do you, in the back of your mind, ask for forgiveness? When you're sexually active, do you ask for forgiveness? And if you do, what are you asking to be forgiven for? Many times, if you're sexually active, of course, if you're not married, if you're not with a steady partner, when people are sexually active, why do they ask for forgiveness, or why do they feel guilt? And one of the biggest pieces, and just talking, just in conversation with many, many, many people, congregants as well, the guilt part or the need to ask for forgiveness is because they're not comfortable within that connection. Again, there is a connection between your spirituality and your sexuality. Because if you're comfortable with your sexuality and how you are active in your life sexually, then your spirituality is going to take a different look. It's going to take a different journey. It's not going to be so much of a separation as a part of being careful how you choose your partners, being careful that you just, I'm not just going to be sexually active just to be sexually active. Your spirituality falls into that piece of it. I'm looking for a commitment. And I tell people lots of times, I said, and this is just me personally, I'm going to use the I statement here. You look for a time frame, and within a certain time frame, if there's not a connection with someone, and I'm married now, so let's be clear about this. But in my dating days, if there's not a connection with someone within a certain amount of time, we just need to be friends. We just need to be friends. And the reason for that for me is that, spiritually, I couldn't connect with that person as far as being, as far as talking even about intimacy with that person. So I didn't have a spiritual connection with that person. So I could not see carrying on a relationship because our mindset were in different directions, different spaces. So developing a measure for yourself, your own, each individual person, developing a measure for yourself as to how you feel about how you feel about your sexuality with whomever you are sexually active with. How is there a connection with who you are sexually active with and your spirituality and their spirituality? Is there a connection there? Because if there's no connection, then that's when we start that separating piece. Well, this is just a sexual piece. This has nothing, to do with my spirituality, but it does. It does, because how you feel after that sexual experience tells it all. How you feel after that. If you feel guilty, if you feel empty sometimes after that sexual experience, it's a clear indication that you're not connecting your spirituality with your sexuality. That's a clear indication of that. So how you handle that is again a clear indication for you. That's your measuring stick as to how you feel, whether you think so or not. That is your measuring stick. How you feel about it. And another thing is, what does your sexuality say about your faith? By that, I mean, what does how you feel about your sensual being say about your faith? Many times they say, your faith is tried and so forth and so on, but your faith, do you walk in it like, I am a sensual and sexual being? I am my faith. I have a belief that carries me from day to day. So I'm able to make some spiritual decisions that allow me to be okay with my sexuality and my sensuality. I'm okay with my wide hips. I'm okay with being a little, overweight. Oftentimes when we go for our annual physical exams, and there are different measures of, if you go to one doctor, you're obese, but if you go to another doctor, maybe you just need to lose a couple of pounds. And then if you go to another doctor, you've got to take this weight off. Yet you're living an everyday healthy life. You don't have high blood pressure. You don't have diabetes. You don't have any you don't have any heart disease. You take care of yourself and you eat well. Yet they're telling you, you're obese. You got to lose weight. But you're fine. You're probably healthier than a whole lot of others who are 3 or 4 times smaller than you. So, and I'm just using that as an example because your spirituality and your sexuality has the same type of measurement. You're going to go to one place and it's going to say, you shouldn't do that. Oh, no. This, that, and that. Oh, that's a sin, quote unquote. And so forth and so on. So, I use that example in, different doctors are going to say different things, yet that you are comfortable in your skin, that you are comfortable with however much you weigh. You are comfortable because you are healthy. You are comfortable because you eat right. You are comfortable because you walk, you do whatever exercise that you do. You're comfortable with that. So you're not going to separate yourself from your spiritual being because of something that somebody else said. That's the best example that I can give. And it's the same concept with your spirituality and your sexuality. If you're okay with your sexuality, no matter what anybody else says, you're going to be okay with your meditation, with your prayer life, with the things that you believe in, with a lot of the things that other people might think of as negative. And it just goes to show that, again, there's that connection. There's that connection. And with that, I just want to hit a little bit on celibacy. People are celibate for a number of reasons. People are celibate because they don't have a partner. People are celibate because they've had negative experiences with their sexual life or their sexuality. People are celibate because this is what they're doing in their spiritual life at any point in given time. I want to be celibate. And there, believe it or not, there's still some people, a lot of people that want to remain celibate until they get married. So it is not so far-fetched. So, but your celibacy and being celibate, you need to keep a spiritual connection because you can only build up on that. You can only build up on that. I have a question here. Sometimes I think that God is calling me to celibacy because my experience in the church was based on suppressing sexual activities before marriage. And when the Spirit would use others to minister to me, I often felt sexuality was something that I couldn't explore because I needed to ascribe to a level of holiness that called me to prioritize my spiritual calling. Yet, I feel comfortable with my sexuality too and being sexually active, whether that be with someone else or self-pleasure. What is your view on this? Okay. Um, the view that, my view on this as far as your celibacy is, again, how do you feel about it? You feel comfortable with your sexuality and being sexually active. So that in itself is saying that you're not trying to divide the two. You're not trying to divide your spirituality and your sexuality. What others say about it, or what your spiritual leaders or faith leaders say about it, is sometimes we often, even in our faith-based communities, in our clergy, we come in with our own thoughts. We come in with our own biases as to how we feel about things. So that's why it's important for you to be comfortable with your being sexually active, or whether it be with someone else or self-pleasure. And that's another area of sexuality that people shy away from, as well as, masturbation. And so, and you say, and when the Spirit would use others to minister me, I often felt that sexuality is something that I couldn't explore because I needed to ascribe to a level of holiness. If you look at it that you're ascribing to your level of holiness, your level of faith, your level of spirituality, because you're inside, you're okay. So if you're comfortable with that you're not interfering with your own spirituality and your own belief. I hope I've answered that. You know, to the best of my ability anyway. And that's the bottom line. That you don't need to ascribe to someone else's level of holiness. You need to ascribe to your how you feel in spiritual life. If you're strong spiritually and you're actually active and you're okay with that, you're making that connection. So you don't want to try to ascribe to someone else's view of what that means for you, what that means for you. So, and I'm hoping that I answer that question for that person. So that was the piece about what does your sexuality say about your faith? And that was an excellent question, and I thank you so very much for it. So the piece about going back to the piece about being okay with your sexuality. A mature sexuality is when a person looks at what he or she has helped create and breaks up a prison of selfishness and feels as God feels when God looks at creation. One of the things that that we often, don't think about, or that we might think about too much or overthink about, that again, our God created us with a feeling of sensuality and sexuality. That's how we were created. That's how we were meant to be. Again, how we handle that, how we walk in it is the piece that causes the questions in our minds about our spirituality and our sexuality. And that sexuality, lies in the center of our spiritual life, of our physical beings. And it's hard to sometimes decipher when you're in a service, or you're in a faith service, or when you hear a good sermon, or just when you hear an inspiring word, it doesn't necessarily have to be in a sermon. How do you feel? If you hear something that really ignites you, that really pushes you, that really, instills in you, how do you feel when those words are spoken? How do you feel about yourself? What kind of feeling comes over you? Sometimes, and we don't often think about it that way, but sometimes it might be some type of, it's an emotional feeling. If something really hits you, oh my goodness, oh, that is just so true, So all those feelings combined is part of our spirituality and sensuality. It may not be a sexual feeling, but it's a feeling of sometimes comfort, all depending on what the word is, and peacefulness, and like somebody's really talking to you, or something has really impacted you. So that has a lot to do with how you view your peace and your spirituality and your sexuality. Another question: what are some practical steps to overcome internalized barriers to a healthy sexual life? Barriers, I'm thinking of past religious, church-based trauma, toxic dogma, etc. Excellent question, because that brings up there's a age-old saying that there's no hurt like church hurt, and overcoming a barrier like that. And the reality is that some of that church hurt has been caused by clergy. Some of that church hurt has been caused by faith-based leaders. So again, we have been conditioned so to that we put them on pedestals, that they don't, they bleed like everybody else. They go to the bathroom like everybody else. So we have a tendency to put them on pedestals that they do not belong on. And there are some that take advantage of it, and there are some that try to help realize that they are human beings. They're not on pedestals, that when you talk with them, that when you interact with them. But again, there has been a lot of church hurt. How you overcome that, or how you work with overcoming that, that's kind of it's a challenging question, because as each individual's in talking with, sometimes therapy, going outside of the church can be an answer to that, to clear your mind, to get an outside view, to get something that can give you some pointers and do that. So a therapist, or even a life coach. It doesn't necessarily, we shy away from, I'm not crazy. It has nothing to do with being crazy. It has to do with sorting out some things so that you can once again be spiritually sound. And that's the bottom line, for you to be spiritually sound and to feel that connection about your sensuality and your spirituality, and not separating the two because you're hurt or because your negative experience happened because of a church person or a church leader. So that would be, one recommendation. And also looking for ways to, in your own personal life, in your own prayer life, in your own meditative life, and just doing things that quiet your soul, whether it be yoga, whether it be meditation, whatever would quiet your soul for you to think outside the box. Because what they've done is they've taken something that you need in your life, and that's in your spiritual life, your faith. They've interrupted that. So there needs to be something that will help you restore that. There needs to be something that would restore that your faith, in your own faith, and what it has to do with sexuality and spirituality. Because I go back to, again, saying that, in choosing people that we choose to be sexually active with, being on the same spiritual, level, being at least, have something in common spiritually or some type of connectiveness in order for that connectiveness to stay. Another question, what steps do you take when you become content with your spirituality and sexuality, but you still feel shameful about sexually intimate with a partner? That's kind of a trick when you become content with your spirituality and sexuality, but you still feel shameful. Content and comfortable. If you're content, that kind of might give a connotation that you're just accepting whatever is there. You're not bringing into fruition what you need. You're content. You're satisfied. You're just taking it just because. Because if you still feel shameful about being sexually active with or intimate with a partner, then you're just you're just accepting. You're not taking in what really belongs to you, what you really want. You're settling. You're settling. So you don't want to settle when it comes to things like that. You don't want to settle when it comes to things like that. So exploring why you still have that shame, whether it be from past teachings, and just realizing that, well, I feel shameful because this is what I was taught. This is how I was made to feel growing up. So that would be a part of it as well. That would be a part of it as well. Finding out why do you still, why are you still ashamed if you're content? Again, you're just accepting, something. But if you're still feeling shameful, then you're not completely content. You're just, you're just accepting it for what it is until you do better by understanding why it is. That's a big piece of it right there. I hope that I was able to answer that piece. Okay. Were there any other questions? No open questions. Okay. I hope I have covered what some of the main issues. It's a real important issue in our personal lives, in our everyday life, as to our sexuality, in our spirituality. And again, some keywords that I've seen in the questions here is why do I still feel ashamed? Being content, just how do I overcome things? So one of the biggest things in overcoming or making it better for you is and it's just accepting that you have this challenge, and what's the first step in dealing with it? What's the first step in dealing with it? So the last piece I just want to just briefly cover is giving our youth a positive sexual image of themselves so they make better decisions about their bodies. Again, in our congregations, in our faith-based communities, speaking honestly with youth about their bodies and about understanding their hormones are all over the place, understanding that they are intelligent human beings that are able to make able to make good decisions about their bodies and who they give their sexuality of, and how the church can assist them with that without being judgmental. That's the big piece there. It takes a certain kind of adult, a certain kind of church leader to talk with them frankly about this, about protection, about things that are going on, in the sexual world today. So they make good decisions about what they do with their bodies. And not just because of peer pressure, they're not going to be sexually active because I got this feeling and so forth. But having them actually understand from everywhere from anatomy to, you know, how it works, why it works that way, why we feel that way, and that you have a connection between your spiritual self and your physical self and your sexual self to help them make better decisions. That is just so very important. And prayerfully, clergy, I just briefly, I did a class at Princeton Theological Seminary, and the same type of thing about sexuality and spirituality. And it's just amazing the uncomfortableness. And these were church leaders, clergy, who were uncomfortable with their own sexuality. So that in itself says that we have a long way to go with that. And with that, I'll leave it open to any questions or any discussions. Any other questions, comments? Okay, well.
We have someone who raised their hand. I'm going to unmute them so that they can speak with you.
Okay.
Okay, looks like they have to unmute themselves.
Okay.
Can you unmute yourself? I see your hand raised.
Okay, someone has typed in a thank you.
Let me see if I can send them a message to let them know to unmute themselves.
Okay, I have a question someone has typed in. What about partners who shame you for your sexual needs? I'm going to answer this one live. Okay, what about partners who shame you for your sexual needs? That goes back to the statement I made about sexuality and spirituality and who you are sexually active with, that on some level you both have to be somewhat, you know, in agreement on your spirituality, because if they're shaming you, that's a reflection of the shame that they have, some type of sexual you know, sexual experience that they've had or that they're feeling at this point. So if you have someone who is shaming you for your sexual needs because they're different, and we have, as individuals, you know, as human beings, we have every right to ask, you know, this is what makes me feel good. And too many of us are not willing to say that this is what makes me feel good. Let's try this. So if you're made to feel shameful for asking for what it is that you need, then that spiritual, then you're not on the same level, spiritually, you're not on the same plane with your spirituality and your sexuality. So if the person is bringing shame into your sexual relationship, then you need to have conversation with them about that and why that is and what that means to them. Any other questions or comments?
So I have a question.
Okay.
So my question is around the conversation of spirituality and sexuality. What do you do if you're in a space like a church or a gathering space or whatever it is, and you may not, because of your belief system and how you feel about sexuality or sex, you may not share the same belief system or the same belief theory. How can you move inside of that space and still walk away feeling empowered and okay, even if the space is oppressive?
Good question. I don't know. I guess it depends on, how strong your, your feelings, without being judgmental, how strong your feelings are about that space. If those are your personal feelings, you certainly are entitled to that. If it does not agree with the space that you're in, it's something to think about. How do you address that? And do you want to address it with others, or do you just want to, okay, I'm going to leave that alone? Or everybody's entitled to their own opinion? That's a difficult question. I guess would all depend on, each situation is differently. If it's not, if it's not what you're in agreement of, and if it's not a space where you can have conversation about it, that can be very challenging. So that would, be the suggestion to, where can you have conversation about it? And if you can't have conversation about it there, have a conversation about it with someone, because you don't want to keep it bottled up inside.
Got you. Thank you.
Mhm. Any other questions? I just want to, if there are no other questions, or if there are, I think I still have a couple of minutes. And I ran across this: sexuality is the drive for love, communion, community, friendship, family, affection, wholeness, consumption, creativity, and joy, delight, humor, and self-transcendence. Uh, that was a definition of is sexuality, is the drive for those things, which, is the point that if your sexuality, you want your sexuality to be a part of community, friendship, family, friction, your faith, and your spirituality. I think that's, for me anyway, that kind of says it in a nutshell. In a nutshell, sexuality is a hunger that strives to make us co-creators with God. Um, and one of the fundamental tasks of spirituality is to help us understand and channel our sexuality correctly.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. I enjoyed this.
I'm going to bring my video back so that I
Okay.
can converse with you. Thank you for blessing us this morning with that amazing conversation of sexuality and spirituality, and there being a connection. There being a connection. I just wanted to briefly, I'll just say before you shift away from the
Right.
screen, because I hope you don't leave us, but before you
Absolutely not.
shift away from the screen, I want to do two things. I want to find out and direct people to where they can find you online. And I also want you to share again the title of your book.
Okay. You can find me online at jerri.lee@yahoo.com. And the book is 28 to 98, Sexual and Sexy. And it covers the topic of spirituality and sexuality and erotica. And it takes you through some steps and makes you about how you feel about that.
Okay, so I need you to bring it back again and just
Okay.
hold it there for people
You
to
see it?
see. There you go. They're going to whole cover.
You got it?
Bring it up a
Okay.
little bit, so I see your name.
Okay.
There we go.
That's
Yes.
good? Okay.
Yes, 28 to 98, Sensual and Sexy by Jerri Lee. We are so grateful for you coming and giving us the knowledge that you gave us. You can put it down now.
Okay.
The knowledge that you gave us. And I want to, if it's okay, share something that our moderator for later, Reverend Sue, put here in the chat regarding holiness. We have a few people listening on the phone, so I know they can't see the chat. So I want to be able to read what she put here about holiness, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
She responded, a rich conversation. This is backtracking a bit, but I wanted to touch on the holiness piece. Holiness isn't proven in carefully crafted words or meticulously chosen clothing. It isn't contingent on what church you choose to attend, and it isn't wrapped up in a gift or a title. Holiness is shown in action. Are you just, merciful, loving, forgiving, an extender of grace, a bringer of peace, a giver of hope? Are you kind, compassionate, unselfish, hospitable? Then you, my friend, are holy. So that was I had to read that in my deep poetic voice there. That's a conversation about holiness, and so I look forward to being able to converse with Reverend Sue later as we prepare for the panel. Someone asked, "Is your book available on Amazon?"
There's a technical glitch. You can email me, and I will get it right to you.
So give me your email address. I'm going to put it into the chat for everyone to see. Again, it's G.
Yeah, Jerri. G as in George. JERRILEE at Yahoo.
Okay, there we go. So again, for everyone, if you would like to get a copy of the book, then please email jerrilee at yahoo.com. I just put it into the chat so that you can talk to her about getting a copy of that book. And I'll be doing the same because I want a copy of your book.
Right. As my giving for today, if you send me your request, I will send you the book at no cost, just for today.
Oh, did y'all hear that? Just for today. Now, if you catch the replay later, don't try it. But for today, you can get that book for free. What kind of blessing is that? I'm excited. I don't buy nobody else, so my book, make sure you put my book to the side. So on that note, do you have any last thoughts or statements that you want to leave with everyone?
No, I think I so enjoyed this conversation and the exchange of views on this, because it's an ongoing conversation that we all should be having. And that was one of the reasons why, if we had done this in person today, they would have gotten a copy of my book for free. So just for today.
Oh,
so
wow, okay.
I still wanted to carry that piece of it out and whatnot. So that was a good thing. But I so enjoyed, again, it's a conversation, I'm always, again, I had done a couple of classes at Princeton Theological, and it was like, oh, I can't believe, no wonder, as clergy, faith leaders, especially, and I'm just coming from that view that we really need to, get a handle on this. I mean, it's not the biggest challenge. It may not be the biggest challenge, but it's one of the biggest challenges, because when you're dealing with a person's spirituality and continuing to build that, so a person continues with that faith and that spirituality throughout their lives, it's a piece of it that definitely needs to be taken care of.
Awesome. So amazing. So on this note, again, thank you for everything. And again, for those that want the book, I gave the email link, and so I'm going to turn your video off. Okay. I'm going to do a few housekeeping things, and then we're going to go to break and prepare to come back at 11:45 a.m. So thank you again.
Thank you. I did good with the time, right?
Yes, you did great with the time. So on that note, okay, I'm not sure what's happening on my screen right now, but on that note, I would like to thank everyone for being with us for the first workshop. We are now preparing to go to break. We have our next segment at 11:45. We have our next segment at 11:45, and the amazing, phenomenal, knowledgeable, powerful Ignacio Rivera will be coming to do a workshop on Oh God, Pleasure, and Faith. Oh God, Pleasure, and Faith. So on that note, I'm going to let everyone go, get some water, use the facilities. Quick question, can people still register? Yes, people can still register. Let me put the link here for anyone that wants to share the link. People can still, at this time, register. And this is being recorded, so we will be able to share for everyone that attended after this. But yes. You would like the email. I see the comment. Which email would you like for Reverend Jerri Lee? Let me go back and get it for you. And thank you to all of you that have been saying thank you. I am so grateful that you are joining us today and giving us the time. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post the Reverend Jerri Lee's email address again is gjerrilee@yahoo.com. So on that note, take the next few minutes. It's about 20 minutes now. Get you some water, go handle your business, get everyone situated and come back, because you are not, when I tell you, you are not going to want to miss the next workshop either. Again, it is Ignacio Rivera coming up with Oh God, Sexual Pleasure and Faith. All right. I hope you had the chance to enjoy your break. I hope you can hear me loud and clear as we prepare to bring on our next facilitator, Ignacio Rivera, who I'll bring on shortly, but I just wanted to remind a couple of people of a few things. The first thing is, if you are posting into the chat, if you would like everyone to see your comments, make sure that it says panelists and all attendees. That will allow other people to see your comments as well. If you just want the panelists, and the panelists are all the people that are on the screen at the present time. If you would like to send them a direct message, that's perfectly fine. If you have a question, you are able to use your Q&A, and type your question in, and the person will answer in that moment. And if you would like to say something, if you would like to speak, you're more than welcome to raise your hand, and we will see it, and then we will bring you on to speak. So let me do this so that I can get ready to bring Ignacio in. And when they are ready, they will begin their video. Give me one moment. I want to be able to tell you just a little bit about Ignacio. No, you can bring you can bring your face on.
I'll wait.
Hold on, let me do it. So I'm going to read some of Ignacio's bio. And as I said, if you want to receive everyone's full information, please visit www.lgbtqfaithmatters.com. I'll post it into the chat so that you can read these bios. Everyone that is participating today is doing amazing work in the community. And they have some extensive bios, so I did shorten them just a little bit. So don't hurt me. I appreciate that. Don't hurt me. So and I'm gonna do my best with words here. So if I mispronounce something, please correct it when you come on. So Ignacio Rivera is an activist, writer, educator, sexual healer, filmmaker, performance artist, and mother. They are the founder and curator of Poly Pateo Productions for almost 20 years, which centers around the sexual liberation of LGBTQI people of color. Ignacio is the founder and director of the HEAL Project, which works towards a cultural shift on how we communicate with our children about sexuality as a child sexual abuse prevention tool. Ignacio is the creator and co-host of Pure Love Talks, a YouTube talk show with their adult daughter, Amanda. Ignacio is also the founder of Renewed Sexuality Coaching, a sexual healing practice that centers LGBTQI POC survivors. Ignacio's work is also driven by the strengths of identifying as transgender, Yamokahu, Two-Spirit, Black, Boricua, Taino, sober, polyamorous, and queer. I ask everyone to please welcome Ignacio Rivera to the symposium.
Hi, everyone.
Did I jack that up? I hope I didn't jack that up.
You did it good. The only thing was probably patao.
Oh,
Everybody
patao.
with this, like potato. It's patao.
You know, I've never had to, and I want to share with everyone, I've been working with Ignacio for about 6-7 years now. And so I've never had to say it. Huh? I've known you longer than that, but we've been doing the Sexy Survivor and the work together for a number of years now. So I am excited to have you. I'm going to step away and I'm going to tell everyone, get ready. We're about to talk about, oh God, pleasure and faith.
Thank you very much, honey. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm glad that this got to happen because I know it was postponed the first time, and then everything's happening in the world right now. So I'm glad that we were able to get it together and be able to offer this really important symposium. So I was really happy to hear Dr. Jerri Lee speak. I am in love with her now. And it was like a really wonderful talk, and I'm gonna continue that talk and go a little on a deeper dive with my sexuality model. And so this is really talking about pleasure in this big way. So I'm going to talk about pleasure in a big way, and then I'm going to dive a little deeper into it. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to share a PowerPoint that I did, and then open it up for questions afterwards when I talk about this. In the middle of this, I'll have some questions for folks. So I might do a little hand raising in between, actually, and some afterwards. So I think I see a chat already. Somebody asking something. Oh, welcome. Yay. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to try to successfully share my screen right now. Okay. Yay. Can you see that? Okay, wonderful. All right, so when I'm thinking about this, I'm really thinking about pleasure right now. And I started thinking about, so what is pleasure? Pleasure is pretty subjective, just like sex is, right? And so I, of course, looked up what pleasure means, and a feeling of happy satisfaction and enjoyment, used or intended for entertainment rather than business, and give sexual enjoyment or satisfaction to. And I'm thinking a lot about pleasure because, especially in the context of LGBTQI people and people of color, especially in the context of faith, when we think about pleasure, it's usually omitted when we think about faith or religion or spirituality. We often think about sex as a means to an end. We have sex to procreate. And as queer people or LGBTQI people, we often fight for pleasure, right? Because we cannot procreate, we fight for intimacy and pleasure, right? So what is pleasure and how do we have this pleasure when we often think about sex as a means to an end, right? So I think often about these ideas, a broader context about these ideas that we have about sex, right? And sex being this really big term, right? So I often ask these three questions of folks. So I really want to give y'all like 2 minutes or so just to think about, pick any one of these to think about for 2 minutes. And I'm going to give you a little music to think about, but think about it. How did you learn about sex, or how does one learn about sex in our society? So it could be about you. How did you learn about sex specifically, or how does like one in general learn about sex in our society? And then two, what are taboos associated with sex or sex acts or people who engage in those sex acts in our society? And then lastly, who are those, and I've got in quotes, entitled or not entitled to have sex, have relationships, or be intimate in our society? Okay, so pick one of those, think about them for about 2 minutes while I play this music, and then I'll ask some questions of some folks. Let's see. No, you can't hear my music. That was a womp womp. Sorry about that. I had it all queued up and everything. Okay, not the song I wanted, but I'll play this for now. Is it a wipeout? Is it a every turn? Lights out. So in the seat. Real bad. I don't mind if it's only right now. But since the time make demands of mine, and I'd rather spend it on you. It's fine. I'd rather spend it on you. One more minute. I don't wanna make that choice. Hands up on my neck and let you take my voice. Let me lay back in the dank of my room, smoke screen and the sweat and you make it feel like a real bad girl. Make it feel like a real bad girl. Real bad. I don't mind if it's only right now. This time make it stand up right. All right, start wrapping up your thoughts. I think I see a couple questions there. Let me see if I can get to them while I'm on my screen. Oh, I can. Okay. Okay. So I see, I think this is one of the answers. Grandma and TV. From my grandma, it was stop playing with yourself in the tub. Of course, it was dirty. And also she would she would have us watch TV and had all of these ideas of what romance looked like. Also, messages about gender expression were presented in these versions of sexuality and how you position yourself towards a potential partner. Yes, thank you for that. Yes. So we get ideas from people, from TV, yes. Thank you very much. Let me see how I get rid of that. Oops. Don't know how I get rid of the box in front of me. Bear with me. Okay, so anyone have any comments about how does one learn about sex in our society, or how did you learn about sex in our society? I see that there are comments and I'm trying to get to them. Technicals. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to the chats. Okay, got it. All right. Let's see where I'm at. Oh, thank you. Sing, dance. Okay. Okay. Kink, bondage, BDSM, and polyamory are taboo, especially in the context of belief. Those who do that are wrong, dirty, nasty, not believers. Yes. So there's a lot of negative views around BDSM and kink. They're seen as dark and bad, right? People who do those things are supposed to be, that's supposed to be done in private. Let's see. I saw someone wrote from that you learned from your molester. Yes, same here. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse, and the first time I learned about sex was from my abuser. Yes, that's where I got all my ideas around sex and sexuality, because my family did not teach me about sex, right? And it was very secretive because I didn't have a healthy view of sex, and people were very uncomfortable talking about sex. That was where all I got my information, right? Okay. Okay, I learned through experience. I didn't have anyone sit me down and talk to me about it. Yes. Also, that was also my experience. I also say through trial and error. A lot of people go through that, right? Because a lot of times we don't have people talk to us about things and we kind of just fumble through it, right? And if we are lucky enough, while we fumble through it, we take notes, right? And we see what works and what doesn't work. And we kind of, learn through our experiences. As youth, I learned that fetish BDSM is taboo and is for sexual degenerates or people with some sort of mental. Yes, I think things are changing slowly but surely around that, especially with a lot of media attention, movies around it, much with the movies around BDSM, but it has definitely changed, done a cultural shift around BDSM and kink. There are some more comments here, but it's very difficult to get to these comments. Okay, so I think there might be some more comments, but I can't really get to them right now. So what these questions really get to is that we learn about sex from a variety of different places, right? As I've asked these questions throughout the years, is we learn about them from our families, sometimes from our friends, sometimes from church. We learn about it from pornography, from trial and error. We learn about it through a variety of ways. So we get lots of different information, and a lot of it is very secretive, right? We also learn that there are taboos associated with sex and sex acts through masturbation and stuff. And a lot of times it's just the way people behave towards these things, right? Doesn't have to actually say something to you. It's the way people behave towards the things, right? So we know that homosexuality is bad. We know that transness is horrible. We know all of these things about people. Feminine men are supposed to be treated a certain way. We know there's something wrong with particular types of people. We don't want to see fat people have sex. We don't want to see, there's a certain way, right? And that's associated, I kind of spilled into the other one, who are entitled and not entitled to have sex, right? Because if we see anal sex as an act that is a horrible thing to do, then we associate gay men or homosexuality as immoral or a bad thing to do, right? So we associate people and groups of people. So there's a cycle here. There's a cycle, and that cycle is a lot of times that we don't have proper information, that we have a lot of shame and secrecy, and there's no openness around these conversations, right? Okay. Close this. Okay. I cannot seem to close this darn box in front of me, blocking my entire view, but I'm going to keep on trying to do this. Okay, so right now, okay. So there is there like a right and a wrong way to do things? It's about, it gets into this question of, can I have pleasure and can I have faith? And I think a lot of times, I think Dr. Jerri Lee really spoke a lot about this, is like, can I be a spiritual person and can I be a person of, can I have a sexual identity at the same time? Can I hold these two things at the same time? And I think a lot of times those two things coming together is a holding of shame, fear, and guilt. And I saw the poll that Renair did, and a lot of people said that they didn't hold that. And through my work, I see that as maybe this group of people here, but I see that as not true. There's a lot of shame that is being held. And I think there's a battle between ethics and morals versus morals, right? And we get bogged down with, how am I this righteous person? How am I this good person? How am this virtuous person? How do I do good in the world? And how do I have these desires, pleasure, and things that maybe don't fit with that, right? How do I have these desires of the flesh that don't maybe gel with, I don't know, a means to an end, the procreation, right? Is this against something, or is this being selfish, greedy? And so in my case, I am polyamorous. And so is my life and my lifestyle um, uh, selfish and greedy? Some people might say so, right? I'm living a different kind of life. So for some people, this might be, my morals might be off, right? I have a question, I think. I do know a Greek Orthodox young woman who told me she prayed after sex because she was guilty about having sex before marriage, right? And this is deep. This is very deep. I know when I was younger, I thought a lot about when I masturbated. Like, right now, I consider myself a very spiritual person, but I grew up Catholic, and um, I thought about going to heaven and wondering what would happen when I went to heaven, and they were watching me, all of the things that people in heaven were watching me do. And if I was going to be punished for those things, right? So there's this battle between right and wrong, your morals, right? Your ethics of society and religion, and then your morals, your personal morals, and can you hold these two things together? And I believe that you can. I think that you can hold these two things together. So there are the things that block us. It's not just religion, but it's fear, trauma, misinformation, and there's oppression. There's a lot of things that really coincide there, right? And so we want to, I wish I could move this out of the way so I could see my slides. So we want to have safety, respect. We want to have all of these things so that we can get what we want. And so we want to expand our minds. So right now what we have is a very small view of what sex and sexuality is, right? And that view is pretty much very basic. And it is penis and vagina, very monogamous, and very heterosexist. That is the very, mainstream view of relationships. That is, no matter what, I don't care how many queer and trans persons we see, how many movies are out there, even within the LGBT communities, normalization is very, we are, that kind of relationship structure is what a lot of people attain to, and it is what is normal and good, right? For a lot of folks, and anything outside of that is problematic and very subject to a lot of scrutiny and things, even within employment, and many other things, right? So we need to expand that, and in expanding that, I offer this model that many many moons ago was called the Ignacio's Intentional Human Sexuality Model, which was a very long name, and now it's called the Rivera's Sexuality Model. And so it's just one way that I kind of look at how we can expand our view of um, human sexuality. So we have 9 pillars. We have 9 pillars. Oh, thank you. Okay. We have 9 pillars, and these 9 pillars are, as you see, curiosity, desire, identity, all of these things. I'm just reading them out because I can't see them right in front of me. And I'm looking on my, sorry, I think I have this on here so I can look while you all look on here. Mhm. And all of these are intricate pieces, are pillars to our human sexuality, right? So curiosity is something that I like to start with because curiosity is often the thing that we lose and gets crushed when we're kids, right? Because when we're kids, we're also curious about a lot of things. And this is where a lot of times our parents get really, really scared, right? This is when sometimes we get caught masturbating and we're told not to do that. We get scared. We're humping a cousin when we're just exploring, right? This is where we get the ideas that this is wrong. We don't do that. Get out of here. You can't see that. Don't touch yourself, right? Curiosity is a beautiful and wonderful thing, and it's actually the space in which it's the most beautiful place where that's when we can start talking and opening up the dialogue for beautiful conversation about the wonderful world of sex and sexuality. But instead, we're so fearful. We're such a society that's so fearful about sex that we stifle, right? And then we just prescribe this cookie cutter model and say, just do this and everything will be fine. This is what you do. And so curiosity gets stifled. And so curiosity is something that we should always be having and really striving for in our sex lives, right? I think one of the questions that someone posed to Dr. Jerri Lee was about, I think the person said something about, I'm content, and something about being content. And as soon as that person said being content in the relationship, I was like, there's no curiosity there. There's just no curiosity. This person is not just wanting more, right? And the way we currently have our relationship structures, we don't allow for curiosity to grow. It's like a means to an end. We have the relationship, we have our kids, and there. It's a capitalist model. And so we want creativity and curiosity constantly to be growing and evolving. So it is not stagnant. And desire. I often think about desire, and I don't have ever gone to like a sex ed talk or class that really talked about desire. When I try to negotiate something with a new lover, that's one of the first questions I ask. Is like, what do you desire? And it's one of the hardest questions that people answer, or they can't answer, because it's something no one ever asks, like, or they've never asked themselves, like, what do I desire? Because we often blend ourselves into someone else, or we often take in what we see. We replicate, what we see in movies and stuff, where we just take in what people tell us we're supposed to want. I didn't know what I wanted for so long because I lived in a Harlequin romance thing, right? Because I did not know what I want as a survivor, as a rape survivor, as a domestic violence survivor. Like, I just didn't know what the hell I wanted until I was older and really got to ask myself questions and know myself and understand things, right? So all of these pieces have something, identity. I mean, we have to understand who we are in order to connect with someone else, right? Our identity says something, right? Who I am, how people see me, how they attract to me, is a part of our sexual selves, right? Our fantasies as well. Um, I often say our fantasies are beautiful because they are ours and we can keep them and we don't ever have to share them. They are they are sacred, right? But they are also something that we can share if we wanted to. Our fantasies can be used for our own selves. They can be used for our visualization, for our creativity, for anything, right? They are, I say they're our vault, and I love them because they really are ours. They really are for ourselves, and they can be shared or not. And that also helps us to be creative, and that can translate into role playing as well. I love role playing because role playing allows us and gives us the opportunity to be who we want when we can't be that in real life, right? um, Often we hear the example of, if you're a powerful person in real life, maybe you might want to relinquish that power in your relationships or vice versa, right? Maybe you might want to play a different role. It doesn't matter. You can play whatever role you want. It's that opportunity. It goes back to that curiosity. It goes to creativity. It goes to having fun. It goes to doing different things, and spicing up that sex life, right? So role playing is so much fun, and I love role playing so much. Um, then there's sex, sex. I love that sex is way down there because sex is very, very, very subjective. You could ask 100 people what sex is and they will give you 100 different answers because sex is not just penis and vagina. I'm not even going to give that a definition because everyone does this differently, right? And we have self-pleasure. Often people describe this as masturbation, but this does not have to be about masturbation. Self-pleasure can look like um, taking a bubble bath, looking at yourself naked in the mirror. Um, it could be anything that makes you feel good and in your body. Yeah. So self-pleasure is also self-defined. This model also speaks to anyone who, this model speaks to anyone who's a virgin, who is asexual. You do not have to have had sex to have a sexual life because you have choices to have sex or not have sex, right? You can act on that or not act on that. Then we have BDSM or kink. There's bondage, dominance, dominance, discipline, bondage, discipline, sorry, BDSM, bondage, dominance, dominance, discipline, and sadomasochism. And this is what some people call kink. And this is a whole nother workshop, but it is basically, if I had to put it all in a nutshell, it is the consensual, um, um, the consensual um, and consensual and responsible way of um, fucking with power, basically. People, and it doesn't have to include sex, but it can. And everything I learned about negotiation and boundary setting and sex, I learned in kink and loved love this space right here because it is very, very intentional. And so you don't have to agree with kinky lifestyle or anything. And everything that I say in this model is that you don't have to agree or like or do any of these things. This is just pure information, that these things actually exist, that they're there, and information is information, right? And so this is about adult people intentionally communicating and talking about desires that they have and experiencing those desires together, right? Whether it is through power exchange, mentally, physically, or through impact, right? And then we have spiritual sex, and some people call this different kinds of sex: spiritual sex, energy sex, or things like that. But this kind of sex is sex that removes oftentimes removes the concentration of sex from the genital area or from orgasm, right? That's not the end goal, right? That most times when we have sex with people, the end goal is like having an orgasm. If somebody doesn't have an orgasm, it is like, oh, are you okay? Did something happen, right? And so with this, it's about energy exchange. It's about connection. Some people might call this, some people might use tantric sex or meditative sex. Some people might do visualization together or look deep into each other's eyes. There are different ways that people might do this. And there are other ways that people can connect together without touching each other as well, but might call it something else, right? So I think I got all the 9 pillars without looking at them, and I'll show you another piece that I can't see right there. But when I press the button, I think even within those pillars, there is a spectrum, right? So even within that pillar of curiosity, there's disinterest, right? So each pillar, there is a spectrum because not everyone is going to be curious, right? Not everyone is going to have the same feeling, and that this is ever changing, ever moving, right? Sexuality is never fixed and never stagnant. It is always moving, and people are always shifting. So we're always checking in with ourselves. We're always thinking, we're always moving, and we're always asking ourselves where we are within this, right? And that these things can exist within themselves, and that we can be connecting, right? So for instance, BDSM can be power exchange all within itself. And then there are some people that like sex with BDSM. Like I'm one of those people. I love sex and BDSM. So I can connect those two together and have them, or I can separate them, right? There can be BDSM and role play connecting those two. You can really, when you see the combinations, the amount of combinations that you can have when you look at all of these configurations, you really see that there is a lot to play with in this model, right? And there's intent. I can't see the thing, Renair, if the intent and agency is up on top now.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Intent and agency.
So now these are the, this is the foundation now. So I just shared the pillars with you, but now the foundation, what keeps us. So we have this information in the middle. This is all this information that people kind of throw around, but what keeps us in this foundation? How do we understand what these pillars are? Is intent and agency, right? We need to understand how to communicate, how to create our own boundaries, how to negotiate, how to read body language, how to do all of these things, right? These are the ways in which to hold up these things, how to be curious, how to have sex, how to be doing the BDSM, how to do role playing, right? Because we need to understand that. And that is through having a culture that really can talk about these things and release that guilt and that shame, right? And then we have, what do we have on the side there, Renair?
On power and oppression.
A power and oppression, right? we also cannot, we often talk about like pleasure or sexual liberation even only through a pleasure lens. And this is where we lose a lot of people of color, right? Because we often see sexual liberation through a pleasure lens and we only see like white folks. And this is where like the sex lib movement is very whitewashed. And when we see a lot of events and people, a lot of events out there, it's very whitewashed because we don't incorporate the power and oppression piece in sexual liberation, because it's all about the pleasure piece. And we cannot talk about pleasure without talking about the historical oppression of people of color, women, people with disabilities. Um, you know, we cannot talk about pleasure without talking about the experiments that happen for Black women, for Black men. Like all of those things are part of fear, you know, shame, guilt, a lot of things. Like it doesn't live in a vacuum as to why these things kind of happen. So the historical aspects of these really are important, right? And then we have, what's on the bottom there? Renair?
On the bottom is health and culture.
Right. So health and culture basically is understanding body, right? I can't tell you enough how many people do not understand how their body works. And it's not a funny thing. It's actually a sad thing that we don't know how our own bodies function. That even that women, that cis women don't know what how they can orgasm or not. I've been working in sex and sexuality for over 20 years, and I am still talking to cis women about how they can orgasm for the first time in their 50s and their 60s. And, you know, and it is a sad thing when we are still learning about our bodies right now. We do a disservice to so many, specifically women in this country around sex and sexuality, and women and trans folks. And so this is about learning about our bodies, and then also about culture. These are the questions that I asked prior, like how do we learn about things, the taboos. This is all about culture, right? And then the last piece, I talked a little bit before, it was about, what's the last piece? There's
History and vision.
history and vision, right? And so history and vision, and this is again the vision that I keep talking about, and it is about being expansive about, and I think as LGBTQI people, as queers, we are so fucking beautiful with our expansiveness and how we are so creative about how we love, fuck, and live, and are just always thinking of new ways to express our love and our passion. And so I think this is another way that we're like kind of like grappling with this idea about pleasure, you know, about pleasure, because we absolutely deserve pleasure. We absolutely deserve to be in our bodies outside of procreating, you know. um, what did I click there? Oh, and so what's the next slide that I clicked there, hon?
The next slide has not come up yet.
Okay.
There it is. The connection with family, society, community, and
Right.
self.
So all of this to me, like how this connects us all to me is about connection. It's connection, right? So we, like I said before, we don't have to have had all sex or anything like that. What this does to us is about connection, right? Learning about how to communicate, negotiation, boundary setting, understanding all of these things is about how we as humans want to connect with one another, community, society, family, or ourselves. It doesn't necessarily mean that we want to have sex with people, but it is about our natural way of wanting to connect with one another, which, you know, Dr. Jerri Lee was talking about, like it is our spirituality, our connection with people. This is community. It's community. I think there's a question here. So many women don't know what their vagina look like, or men who don't know how their penis function. Yeah, absolutely. And it's really a really sad thing, that they don't. And I think it's oh, should I answer that live? I'm sorry. I'm very bad at this.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of all your back end
Okay.
for you. So just if you need me to read something or help, assist you,
Yeah,
just let me
I'll let
know.
you read the stuff, so I'll just keep on. And then the next slide is like this. To me, like all of the pillars represent like information, like I said before. That's just information. I'm giving you bits of information. But if you if you're really thinking about the structure, the entire structure, it's more than information. It's a life skill, right? This is the way I look at it. It's a life skill. It is something that's incorporated into the culture of our lives, right? And that it would be so integrated into even the way our spirituality functions that it wouldn't even be this thing that we have to grapple with in terms of how can we hold our spirituality and how can we hold our sex at the same time, that it would just be a given, right? Because it was, I think one of the things Reverend Jerri Lee said, I'm sorry, because I kept on saying Dr. Jerri Lee, is it Reverend Jerri Lee, was saying, living or being with your sexuality strengthens your faith journey. And I couldn't agree more, because it is when I am feeling at my best, when I am so in my sexuality, when I'm feeling free and good as a survivor, when I am healing and doing my healing work as a survivor, I am most connected with my my spirituality. And it's interesting because when I am connected with my when I am most connected with my sexuality is when I am doing the things that I was most ashamed of in the past, because my sexual healing is connected to things that some people might think are very dark and very not what would you say, not ethical things, right? And so it's that thing that grappling with what is right, what is righteous, what do you do in your bedroom, what is a good or a bad thing to do. And I think it comes down to around consent. Am I hurting someone? Am I doing something that is healing me? Is it good for me? Sis, oh, I'll let you read. And it's like, it's supposed to be like this life skill, and it's supposed to be like a way of life to live, a way of life to really think about not just sex. I think we minimize it to sex too much. And really, this is about a life skill of relationship building with one another and how we are in the world. And I think if we had that, we would have a better way of really raising our kids, and children would have better language, and incidences of child sexual abuse would drastically reduce, actually, in my opinion. And I think, and I know that we would actually not even have to have coming out stories, because there would be no such thing if we had a different kind of cultural setting around human sexuality. That's my take on it. But this would be a different kind of way of life, right? And then if we're at a crossroads, it's like, why would we have to, I wouldn't want to have to choose, right? To me, these things should be connected. To me, they are connected, actually. They are connected. There is no separation for me, right? So to me, there is no guilt, no shame, no fear. It is about this continued intentional journey, a continued intentional journey around asking ourselves, what is pleasure? What is pleasurable to me? And then asking yourselves in these pillars, like, what is curiosity? What is my desire? How do I see myself? How do others see me? self, what is self-pleasure, always asking yourself these things and really engaging with yourself about these questions and thinking about what is ethical and moral to you, and where do you stand in that. Are you at a crossroads, right? Do those things separate for you, or are they together? And I think asking those questions are really, really important. Yeah, and here's some of my information, and I wanted to give plenty of time for some Q&A. So I'll leave my information up, and I got plenty of time for some talking. I gave a lot of information there, so.
Well, thank you.
And I still can't get this dang box. Oh, now I can move the box when I'm done. Okay. Now when I'm done, I can move it.
And so you're okay with going back through some of the comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I think I got here. My young school friends shared their fake exploits and I took it as truth. Meanwhile, at home, I was being told, keep your legs closed like a good girl should. Oh yeah, that's another thing with around gender, right? Like, especially being socialized as girls, being raised as a girl, like that whole fucking thing about like keeping your legs closed, this good girl mentality. Yeah. And the thing around marriage, around marriage, and I don't know, because right now we're talking about faith and spirituality. We're not talking I'm not talking specifically about a specific religious practice, and so that's a different conversation about the doctrines of like marriage in religion. But I know that I have a daughter, and in our spirituality, I consistently talked to my daughter when she was growing up, and I said to her, we didn't talk about marriage. I consistently talked to her about wanting her to be safe, to communicate with someone, and hoping that she would have someone that was, that would listen to her, that it would be a good experience for her. That was the thing that I was mostly concerned about, and not about marriage. And I think that, again, we concentrate so much on an end result that misses a lot of the stuff in between. Because, okay, let's say marriage is an important thing within that structure or religious practice, then what do you do in between to make that happen successfully? And most times we don't do the things in between to make that happen successfully. We just pray that the end result happens successfully. So I would say, if you want the marriage to happen, then do the work for it to happen. Most times we just kind of pray and say, let's just wait for a magical marriage to happen, and that's not the way to have it work. Okay, based on the exclusion and lack of resources, I indirectly learned that people with disabilities and elders are not entitled to sex. Yes, that is so very true. One of the things I when I do that exercise and I ask who are those entitled and not entitled to have sex, a lot of times, the first ones that get on the list are, it's always elders, fat people, people with disabilities. Yeah, those are the three that always get on the list, that are not entitled to have sex. And yeah, and it's interesting because even I'll share a story too, because even myself, that I have many people in my life who are people with people who have disabilities, and I believe that people with disabilities should have sex, right? And even myself, who believe that people with disabilities should have sex, I still had my own ideas about it, right? Because I had negotiated, or I was negotiating with someone to have sex at one point, someone who was in a wheelchair. And I remember in my mind, I had already constructed how this was going to happen. I had already constructed in my head that I was going to lift this person out of their wheelchair, place them gently on the bed, and do all of these things to them. And they they quickly looked at me and they were like, no, this is going to happen right here in my chair. This is my zone, my safety zone, and this is where it's happening. And they told me what I was going to do. And so they, you know, they knocked me out of my shit, and then they negotiated exactly how it was going to happen and stuff. And so even though I believed that they could, I still had my own ideas and also my own shit around my ableist stuff, you know, because I'm picking them up, you know, and they had their own shit. They had their own strength, and they were like, no, I'm staying right here, and this is the way you're going to do it. And I was like, oh, okay, right. And then elders as well, as Reverend Jerri Lee said, I talk about this constantly, you know, like elders are having sex just as much as everybody else is. And actually in assisted living programs and in senior homes, there's a high incidence of STIs, people affected by STIs, because nobody thinks that elders are having sex, and that is not the case, not the case at all. They are very, very much having sex. And so we forget about folks. They do not get the resources. We are not, you know, paying attention, and that's a disservice. That's a huge disservice. Okay. Let's see. Mhm. Just a lot of agreements. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I think that was the last of the comments. It's so funny now, I can move the dang thing after the whole presentation. I wasn't able to move it, and now I can. So we still got a couple of minutes left, I think, yes. Any other questions, comments, or anything?
You have questions in the Q&A.
Do I? I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Okay, thank you. As a person of color, how much of our discomfort with sex, sensuality, and pleasure do you believe is connected to the lack of agency our slave ancestors had over their own bodies? Yeah, I believe very strongly that's connected. I think a lot of stuff is connected to that. There is definitely generational trauma around that. I truly, truly believe that ancestral trauma, generational trauma. There's just trauma all over the dang place, I believe. And I think that's why we have to be doing this work. I believe, and this is where the spirituality comes into, like the work that I am doing right now. I am doing ancestral work to heal trauma in my lineage. Like the work that I am doing now is healing my lineage. Like, so this is intentional work that I am doing. So yes, I do believe that huge impact, but I think that the only way in order to work on that is to really be honest. And one of the things I was going to talk about here is about honesty. This thing about honesty is really difficult when it comes to spirituality and sex. Honesty, it is so fucking hard, right? Because you ask people about things sexually, and people lie all the time because they're scared, because it is really scared to be that vulnerable. Honesty is the hardest thing sexually, and honesty is very hard spiritually, because you are going to be judged and you are afraid, right? Think about that. Think about what honesty means. So I think that in order to work on these things, whether we're doing, ancestral work, or we're doing stuff like right now within ourselves and working with a partner, or however we're doing it with our poly quad or whatever, it has to be about this intense honesty. And this is what I'm doing right now. I am working intensely with my lovers on doing like radical honesty right now. And that is really deep work, and it's really amazing work because I'm tired of the fear, because we live in a lot of fear. So see, my first sexual experience with both men and women were under the guise of manipulation around age and power. It has seriously shaped my sexuality. Now, without risk, there's no turn on. What are your suggestions for reclaiming pleasure in this context? Yes, I talk about this all the and so I have a similar thing. My my sexual I guess my sexual appetite is very much associated with negotiated and consensual risk. Let's say it that way. I like power play, I like risk and all that, but it is negotiated and consented. So yes, my experiences were very manipulated and stuff. And when I figured it out, I was having horrible relationships a lot of times, because I was seeking out a lot of the things that I was used to. And I was used to a lot of abusive relationships and manipulative relationships. And I kept seeking them out, wondering why the hell I was having these bad relationships. And I was really used to those things. And what I figured out for myself was that I needed to intentionally dive into that. And I did. And now I craft and I figure out what I need within structured time, within sex and play. And I get to shape what I need within that stuff. So it's intentional. And now I don't feel, now I'm not being abused because things are not happening to me. I am in full control of these things. So I hope that answers that question for you. So reclaiming, I think, again, is about that truth telling, and it is about really like checking in about yourself, and are you being harmed, and how can you shift so that you can be more powerful in that. And is that about you doing a scene? Is it about having different relationships, picking different people? Yeah. Let's see. Really appreciate the 9-pillar model you discussed. Will your slides and or the graphics be made available to view later? Yes, these slides will be actually on my website pretty soon. I'm updating them. Actually, this was the first slides that I got. I was trying to update them quickly for today, but I'm going to be updating them again, and they'll be on my website, healtoend.org, which is on the slide right here. So yes, very soon they'll be up there. Any
Also, this is being recorded for all of the people that attended today. So we will do our best to make sure everyone gets a copy. As long as the platform cooperates, we'll be able to provide a recording of today for those that would like it.
Oh. Any other questions?
Ignacio?
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Jerri had a statement that was in the Q&A that might not show up for you. She had said that too many people are still set in the day of King James, when they had to get permission from the king to fornicate. So
Yeah.
so many people are still caught up in that mind frame.
Mm. Is that true that that was like, is that fornication under the consent of the king? Is that the way it was said? Fornication under the consent of the king?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny the things to remember. Any other last questions? Oh, what does ancestral healing work look like? Well, that looks different for a lot of people. For me, it is my own individual work. I am a healer and I do work with crystals, and I participate in my own Taino, my indigenous work as well. And so I work with my spirit guides, and this work is specific to survivors in my family. And so as I heal myself, this ripples. This is a ripple effect for the future of the children in my family, and it also does work for my ancestors that came before me. So it's individual work for a lot of people. So that could look different. I hope that answers that for you. We got about 10 more minutes or so. If there are any other questions or comments. Oh, what does sexuality coaching entail in your work? So sexuality coaching. So I have been mentoring and talking with folks for over 20 something years around survivorship. And so I'm not a counselor or a therapist or a psychologist. This is like peer-to-peer coaching on my experiences as a survivor and as a person doing workshops and trainings across the country and internationally. And so people that are trying to find their sexually liberated path, whatever that is, are trying to figure out stuff in their relationships. Anyone who is a survivor and trying to figure out stuff within their bodies. We chit chat and we talk, and I hear them out. I give them, I give them some assignments, some things to think about. Sometimes we work with some crystal work, some energy stuff. So it all depends on what the person wants, but it is interactive peer talking and exercises and stuff around getting to what your idea is on sexual liberation. So it's nothing that I curtail. It is what folks want.
All right. All right. All right. We're going to give a couple more minutes to see if anyone has any other questions. Any other questions? In the meantime, while we give space for people to think of the questions, I just want to say thank you, Ignacio, for all of that information and all of that knowledge that you are sharing with us. I'm just real grateful.
Thank you.
I am just real grateful. We don't, I'm grateful for both you and Reverend Jerri Lee, because we don't often have these conversations in our community, especially as faith believers, because this conversation was for all walks of faith. you know? And so to have people of various walks of faith to come together and be able to talk about how sex shows up. We don't get to do that without someone maybe looking at us a certain type of way or judging us, or as I'm often reminded of in workshops, you know, yucking my yum. You know, so I am so grateful that you came and shared the information that you came and shared today. Are you trying to turn off your screen?
Yeah, I was gonna do that.
Okay.
Oh, I could stop share. There we go.
Yes.
You're beautiful.
Hey. Okay, there you go. Q&A. Can you see it?
Oh yeah, it says thank you for talking about the work you do in sexual coaching. I'm just looking at the other things you do that are listed on the website. Can you say a little bit about each one? Oh, each one. Which one? Saying about the Heal Project, Pure Love Talks, and Renewed Sexuality Coaching and Consulting, I guess. Pure Love Talks is my work on prevention. I do prevention work, prevention of child sexual abuse, and we do that through prevention of child sexual abuse and healing work with adult survivors of child sexual abuse or any kind of sexual violence whatsoever. With the work of adult survivors, we take a lot of that information to inform the work that we do with prevention with child sexual abuse, and that is working with families on the sexual liberation of children, and that is teaching families to take this life skill of holistic sexuality information and teach kids how to be comfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Are you still there? Are we frozen?
We're still here. We can still
Okay.
see you.
All right. And then Renewed Sexuality Coaching, like I said before, it's coaching with and survivors of any kind of sexual violence. I am focused, it's for anyone, but it's definitely with the focus on LGBTQI people of color, but it is open to all. And then I do consulting with organizations, and I do consulting with any organization, and it's consulting with organizations that do anti-violence work, because we have a specific niche on sexual liberation and really putting that kind of pretty much integrating CSA prevention within all movements, but also sexual liberation for children. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to fund it. Nobody wants to talk about how we need to shift the culture of sexual liberation and talking about how CSA prevention needs to be happening within anti-violence movements and ending rape culture, because in order to stop what's happening now within the larger anti-violence movement, that needs to happen, all of it to be addressed. And finally, we have Pure Love Talks, which is a talk show that I have with my daughter on YouTube, which we share basically how I raised her in a sex positive household, and us being like me being a lesbian at one point, then coming out as queer and gender fluid, being sex positive and poly, and us both having mental illnesses, and really talking about how to talk about sex and be sex positive and try to be preventing CSA in this kind of household. So we kind of model how families can do that. And we talk about really raw stuff. So we just talk honestly on our talk show, which is called Pure Love Talks. So those are the things that I kind of do. And I talk around at colleges and universities across the country around sexual liberation, trans issues, and pretty much an intersectional lens on all of these things kind of coming together: disability, race, class, gender, sex, all of that. Oh, and I would just like to plug, since people are here, I would plug during this time of the coronavirus, we are trying very desperately to provide live videos on YouTube for folks. And in order to do that, we need at least 100 participants on our YouTube. So we are hoping if you would love to go to our YouTube and subscribe, it is The Heal Project or Heal to End. Subscribe there. You'll see my face, my daughter's face, and my grandson's face there. Subscribe there, and once we get 100, we will start providing live videos with a lot of topics on a lot of interesting things that we have. Okay. End plug.
There's a Q&A question there, and that'll be our last question before we take our break.
You mentioned mental illness. How did you come to terms with your mental illness and sexuality at the same time? What methods did you use? Yeah, coming to terms with my mental illness was really important. And coming to terms with it, how do I, what methods do you use? Oh, methods is therapy. I do a lot of meditation, yoga, a lot of spiritual work, a lot of ritual that I do. Things like that really help me. Ecotherapy helped me a lot. This is really hard being indoors. Ecotherapy is a beautiful thing, being out in nature. But getting a hold of my mental illness was a really, really, really important thing to do in order to just be grounded. So being grounded is really important to me. So yes, so all of those things together really help keep me grounded and being able to focus and be intentional in my sexuality. Yes.
All right, let me get this one. Thank you. I am giving you applause. I appreciate you and I love you. And I'm so glad that you were able to be present today. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your work. And I am so blessed to be not just a family member and a colleague, but I'm thankful that you allow me to present with you on certain workshops that we do together. So I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, and I've learned about myself sexually and spiritually. And so I'm grateful to you for that. So you have given a lot of information. Please feel free to I put everything I could in the chat, but if you want to put any links or anything within the chat so everyone can know how to find you. Right now, we're going to get ready to take our break. So do you have anything, any last words or advice or plug or anything besides the YouTube one you just gave?
Yeah, just Heal to End, Heal the number 2 end on all social media platforms, and Ignacio Rivera on Facebook. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. This was really lovely. Renair, I love you. Mm-hmm.
I love you too. I love you too. So we're going to go to break. We will come back at 1:15 for the panel featuring amazing teachers, educators, faith leaders in our community, moderated by Reverend Sue Webley. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. I'll talk to you soon. Okay. So I am so excited to have all of the amazing panelists for this afternoon. Y'all just don't know. I'm like so excited. Today has been beautiful. I am so blessed that all of you have taken your time from the first rescheduling to now to making yourselves available. I am excited for the knowledge that is going to be exchanged today. I am going to introduce first the moderator, and the moderator will take care of everything else. Isn't that beautiful? Looking beautiful and fabulous, and I feel underdressed now. I don't know about this, Reverend Sue. I feel a little like I should have tossed it up a little bit. Say that again, please.
I said from the top up.
Oh, from the top up. Shh, stop telling the secrets. So for everyone that is still with us as we move into the close of our day, we are now to the panel discussion.
Yeah.
And our moderator for this, and I've known her for almost 20 years, but I'm going to do this bio. Reverend Susan A. Webley, also known as Reverend Sue, is an advocate for the traumatized, ostracized, villainized, and stigmatized. You can tell you're a preacher. She is the editor of the anthology At the Table, Words of Faith, Affirmation, and Inspiration for the LGBT believers of color, created to bring messages of hope, love, acceptance, reconciliation, and healing to those rejected for walking in their authenticity. As a faith leader, Reverend Sue is an associate pastor and the pastor of the youth and young adults at Rivers of Living Water Ministries, UCC. She is also the national/international minister of youth and young adult ministries for the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries, also known as TFAM. Reverend Sue believes that every human being is born to do something great on the earth. As the founder of Encourage, Empower, Educate, she strives using motivational quotes, videos, workshops, and more to assist individuals in releasing the issues that serve as an anchor to mediocrity. Reverend Sue is a student at New York Theological Seminary and is pursuing a Master of Divinity degree. Whew. So now I can breathe a little bit. That was a lot. How are you, Reverend Sue?
I am well. I'm so excited to be here. It's really my great joy to participate in and bear witness to the greatness that's happening on this webinar today. Listen, Corona tried to stop us, but we still kept it moving, and I just believe this is going to change so many lives. Yeah, this is such great work, Dr. Renair, and I'm just honored to be here. As your friend, as your colleague, as your sibling, and sitting amongst the greats on this panel. I mean, geez.
Yeah, most amazing.
I was like, checking myself a little bit. I was like, oh, okay. Let me put but I'm just so honored to be sitting in my chair, but still sitting amongst you all as you sit in your chairs, and engaging further in conversation today.
Great. So I am not going to take any more time. I'm going to let you go ahead and begin. All of the panelists, let me make sure that you can unmute yourselves, because I muted some of you, so I'm going to start unmuting you so that you know that I'm doing that. And I'm going to get out of the way and let you all do what you came here to do. And thank you all again from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yes. So I'm going to do for everyone who is joining this or viewing this panel discussion what Dr. Renair just did for me, and kind of read your bios a little bit. Some of them are cut. Amen. We've done a lot.
Amen.
And so if yours got a little cut, don't be mad at me. But the full bios are on the LGBTQ Faith Matters website for anyone that wants to learn more about these phenomenal individuals that are on our screen. So we're going to start with Elyse Ambrose. It says, Elyse Ambrose is a Black queer woman, drops mic. I could have stopped there, but she's done so much. As a sexual ethicist and educator, Dr. Ambrose's scholarship, teaching, and art lies at the intersections of race, sexuality, gender, class, and spirituality. Her desire for scholarship to impact and be informed by real lives leads her to her synergy of theory and practice, namely in the form of Phoenix X Park, LLC, which participates with participants, co-create space for the thriving of sexual and gender cells, and offers workshops with organizations seeking to engage gender and sexuality in their workspaces in more just ways. Dr. Ambrose has been featured in Huffington Post, Medium, forharriet.com, and Vice. Next up is Reverend Kyndra Frazier. Reverend Kyndra is a licensed master social worker in the state of New York, as well as a certified field instructor through Columbia University School of Social Work. She is an ordained Baptist clergywoman, serving as the associate pastor of pastoral care and congregational wellness at First Corinthian Baptist Church. She is also the executive innovator of the church's free mental wellness facility, the Hope Center, both located in Central Harlem. Additionally, Kyndra is a filmmaker currently working on a Love Supreme, Black, Queer, and Christian in the South documentary, her first foray into filmmaking. She is using film to foster healing opportunities for the many thousands of people who have lost family and friends due to Christian fundamentalism and the impact of religious trauma. Nala Toussaint is Brooklyn-born with an Afro-Caribbean background. She works to advance the social and economic well-being of African descendants with an urgent focus on queer, same-gender loving people, transgender and non-binary people, and ultimately the entire community. She has done extensive work as an outreach liaison, conducting safe-sex intervention activities for youth, and coordinating educational and job development services at renowned LGBT public service organizations. She is currently the transgender and gender non-binary health advocacy coordinator at Karen Lord Community Health Center. She is also the founder of Reuniting of African Descendants, or ROAD, R-O-A-D. ROAD shapes the equitable, personal, and collective development and achievement of African descendants. And each year, this organization seeks to mobilize at least 10 individuals to work collaboratively to transform queer and trans communities in Africa through cultural exchange. Reverend Charles Lee Watterson is a transformational leader with a depth of knowledge and practicality with pastoring, teaching, culture proficiency, coaching, and consulting within faith-based institutions, and not-for-profit human services organizations with over 2 decades of experience. Charles has worked with psychological organizations around behavioral management in homes, schools, and therapeutic settings. He continues to work with schools, psychological organizations, and faith-based organizations to provide strategic management for efficacy, productivity, and effectiveness within 21st century models. Along with being an ordained minister, Charles has obtained his certification as a holistic life coach with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are our panelists for today. I'm so honored once again to be able to engage in conversation. Yes. Man, clap hands for yourselves. Jesus, clap hands for yourself. And I know that question and answer, the Q&A, and the chat are available. If you, those who are listening and watching, have questions for our panelists, we do have a group of core questions, which I'm sure will birth some additional thoughts as we go forward. So let's jump right into it. We thank you, first of all, to Reverend Jerri and Ignacio for setting the atmosphere for this conversation to take place. Yeah, yes. Y'all did that. Yeah, I did that. I was finger snapping over here the whole time. And so the atmosphere is rich for this conversation right now. So let's go with our first question. And I will ask that I'm going to start with Reverend Charles. Oh, do I need to come down a little? What am I doing?
We are trying
I see Renair's finger.
Reverend Sue, we're trying to let you know your mic, depending on where it is clicking a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to come in, but I sent you like 800 messages.
I'm so sorry. I don't even know where the microphone is. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's not a separate mic. I apologize for the clicking.
That's all right.
And so that I need to get a better mic. Amen. All right. So the first question that we are gonna go with, and I'm gonna ask Reverend Charles this first, is that sex and intimacy are often homogenized, right? And presented as one entity. What is the difference between sex and intimacy? And so we'll start with Reverend Charles first, and then open it up for the other panelists to answer that question. Great.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to truly be here and an honor to sit among some of the wonderful people that I am with, and I've had the chance of meeting everyone, with the exception of one that I'm going to meet before the months are over. As soon as Corona lets us back out the door, you know who I'm talking to. So the first thing I heard when you said that, it was problematic for me, which the homogeneous, and thinking of that and how it has been presented over the years and over the generations over time, and how we have been colonialized in our thinking and even our pursuits and how we deal with sex and intimacy. The level of foundation and how we even present it and how we even hold it as a mantle inside of churches or faith-based institutions. So for me, when thinking about sex and intimacy, I think as them not only being separate, but also interconnected, as well as intersection taking place as well. And it's important for us, even while we are in faith-based community, and I think this is a proper time and an awesome time to deal with it, that we not only look at it linearly, but also vertically. And I think it's time for us to also be expansive in our view and our thought process, and being around those that are open enough to take us to places of vulnerability, dealing with the word sex alone and how we have received it, how we have conceived it, how it's been conceptualized, even when growing up as one who was taught one way in a heterosexual home, battling with the facts of dealing with life and knowing that this child was not a heterosexual at all, but also thinking about the fact of when we thought about the word sex and intimacy, that it was two different things. And I think even how and it's been expressed even early before, even how we define what sex truly is and what intimacy truly is still a question for us, and not difficult to answer, but I think that it takes a multi-layer process in order for us to really answer it. So for me, just starting at the foundation of it, sex not only first being with self. And as a preacher and as a reverend and someone who has been before a pulpit and been behind the pulpit for over 20 years, it has been a evolution for myself, and even to be able to speak about that. And I think that we don't speak about it enough, but to even deal with sex, first dealing with sex with self, what pleasures you? How do you see it? How do you view it? How do you take the time to have intimacy with yourself? I believe in the principle that you cannot really effectively engage with anyone else, whether it be 1, 2, 3, or whatever, or whoever, until you really have an understanding of what's going on the inside of you. And I'm gonna pass it on to my colleagues.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I guess I'll offer that you can have sex without having intimacy, and you can have intimacy without having sex. Mm-hmm. I believe that there's a way in which, and Reverend Charles, thank you for your comments. I definitely support everything that you have said, and it's such a gift to be present with all of you. I believe that there's a way that Christian traditionalism, under the guise of colonialism, has made this dichotomy between the flesh and the spirit, where the flesh is bad and the spirit is good. And so I was raised in the Church of God, and so there is a way in which we are taught from the pulpit that anything that has to do with the body is disruptive, is sinful, and so that, I feel like, casts this shadow over how we engage sex and sexuality in the church particularly, and outside of the church. I believe that this thought that this flesh and the spirit are separate really disrupts our own ability to be not only vulnerable with each other, but vulnerable with ourselves in ways that invite the whole self to the forefront when we're engaging in intimacy, as well as when we're engaging in the mechanics of sex and sexuality. So I offer that.
And if I may chime in, thank you, excuse me, Reverend Sue, for the introduction, and everybody who's here. I love each and every one of you. And just in terms of when I think about sex and intimacy, I'll echo this idea that sex isn't always intimate, and intimacy is not only expressed through sex, but also thinking about that idea of homogeneity that you expressed, Reverend Sue, and how do we as people in community with others allow space for people to express intimacy and sex the ways that are true to them. So I think about people who have certain zodiac signs, or people who have certain personalities, or people who are culturally shaped in particular ways that allows them to approach sex in a particular manner that might be different from how I might do it, but that there shouldn't be a rush to place a value judgment on, well, if it's sex and it doesn't have intimacy, then it's just not right, or that only our intimacy can only be expressed in our sexual relationships, and that should be like the thing that we aim for above all, to express intimacy with this one person to whom we are ideally married and have produced 2.5 children. What would it look like to have intimacy outside of our sexual relationships, and to cultivate that as a practice, as opposed to sort of putting a homogeneous definition on everyone of what intimacy should look like, or what sex should look like, and how those two would interdepend?
Yeah, I think when I think about the question, I like to break down sex, like you have sex the verb and you have sex the noun, right? And so oftentimes when we're thinking about how sex and intimacy tend to get conflated, we don't see how sex, in which the binary, right, how the noun, or how folks are told to identify, how that also impacts the way in which we have intimacy with one another, right? Because the moment when we look at sex as a noun, and how there's male and female in the binary concept, those roles, those identities are given a position on how they're supposed to align themselves in intimacy.
Yeah.
Right. And so the world operates off of this blueprint of this binary ideal notion, in which sometimes we fail to connect with intimacy that is authentic. Right. The act of sex is so different. It's so different from intimacy. Intimacy can promote sex, right? But when we look at it from just taking it from the verb and looking at for the noun, how many folks cannot tap into the intimacy because of the world and how they promote what we should be and how we should be.
Thank you. This is good. So looking at religion now, or even spirituality, religion, spirituality, what would you say? And we'll start off with you, Nala, since you ended us also eloquently in that first question. What would you say, or what do you believe is one myth in the faith community that is related to sex or intimacy that you would like to debunk or address?
When you asked the question, the first thing my mom popped up, and one of the days that she told me, she was like, she used to say, sex is not love. That was the first thing I learned from my mom. Sex is not love. And there's a huge distinction between that. And I think sometimes get conflated. And the acts of sex and the act of reproduction, right? Because when we think about church and we think about marriage and we think about the acts of procreating, we often think about this binary concept. And so when I think about that, you know, my mom saying, you know, sex is not love. There's a difference. And just like the concept of intimacy, I think that we do it just a disservice when we don't have a conversation of the lived experience of people, the fullness, and how it can be connected to faith, and how our faith, it's supposed to ground us rather than oppress us.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Elyse?
Or oppress us, yeah.
A myth. So many to so many to address, but I think the first that came to mind for me is this idea that sexuality has to be so privatized and so individualized. Mm-hmm. And what do I mean by that? A lot of throughout my life, I think I've heard people say, well, you know, my sexuality, my business, and da 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 da. Okay, it's your business, and that's cool. However, I think in thinking so much about ourselves in terms of sexuality, we forget that our actions impact other people. And in my own work, I have chosen to frame a sexual ethic as a communal sexual ethic. It's a new word that I came up with to explain how a sex ethic is a communal ethic. A communal ethic involves a sexual ethic. And what I mean by that is that how are we in relationship to one another is the question that I seek to answer when we're talking about sexual ethics. How are we in relationship to one another? How are we relating? So this shifts the paradigm from a rules-based ethic to a relations-based ethic. And so when I think about relationship as the foundation of a sexual ethic and how we are in relationship with one another, then that impacts how I respond to sex workers. That impacts how I respond to women's reproductive health. It informs how I treat the children in my life and their sexuality, right? So when I think about my own sexuality and even work through my own healing process as it relates to sexuality, and I do my research and I learn from other people's stories and I connect my faith to it, I realize that it's not only about me and what I do in my bedroom or wherever I may choose to engage my sexuality, but it is about how am I functioning as a member of a larger community? And not only the human-to-human community, but I think all of nature. I like to think in a more integrated sort of fashion. So that includes all of nature, the earth, planets, whatever, animals, and things of that nature. How am I relating to the world around me, including humans, including those who I engage sexually? So I really want to move it out of this privatized category, this category of it's personal, and while it may have personal aspects, the feminists taught us that the political is also social, has implications for our communal lives together.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think the first one that came to mind when you asked the question is this thought that masturbation is a sin. I believe that God created such amazing human beings with the ability to self-pleasure and pleasure each other, that in order to offer to our partners how we experience pleasure, we have to be able to explore on our own. And I don't think there's anything sinful or wasteful about self-pleasure. But I hear so many people who come into my office to receive services who were raised in a very traditional Christian context that have that challenge of believing that exploring their bodies is sinful. And so working with people on the texts that have been lifted to promote that type of ideology has been very helpful for them. But that is a myth that comes to mind.
I think for me, it's Dr. Elyse said something and it just triggered me because the simple fact is that there are so many myths. So I think about monogamy being a myth, and that is not the absolute truth. And thinking about that every couple has to have someone who's masculine, someone who's feminine, and someone that's the protector and someone that's the ruler. And the ability for us to be able to let go of a lot of the embedded ideologies and the embedded theologies that have been placed inside of us through generation, through society, and for us to really begin to actually look and study and actually evolve and become vulnerable enough and open enough to hear from other people and move the embedded theologies and start to switch over into deliberate theologies and ideologies, so that we can start to see and walk like Henry Norwin, who speaks to us about creating a space where everyone can exist, where everyone doesn't have to eat from the same plate or has to have the same palate, but that we all have different palate. But at the same time, we also have the Imago Dei, the God that lives within us, and the God that lives within us and that lives without us and lives on the outside of us, and that we all can dwell together in unity where spirit can show up. Even while we're having a conversation about sex and sexuality and spirituality and sensuality, if we pay attention, we'll see that this presence that we call God is even present even now. So those are the myths that when you speak about sex, that God can't be in the midst of it. And I beg to differ for so many reasons.
Okay. So this kind of staying connected to that myth, the myth question, we do have a Q&A question in the box, and says, how do we debunk the myths that sex workers are sinful or unholy and not worthy of being spiritual or religious in acceptable forms? And anyone can jump in with that answer. Should I ask it again? It says, how do we debunk the myths that sex workers are sinful or unholy and not worthy of being spiritual or religious in acceptable forms?
I think there's something sacred about sex workers that we have yet to create space, right? To be able to have autonomy, to be able to control, to be able to say, yes, this is what I want to do. Yes, this is not what I want to do. This is how I want to navigate, to create those boundaries. When I think about if we're looking about the Bible and the Jezebel, right? We just deem sex workers as something unholy, something unworthy, when reality is that they have so much to offer in their knowledge, their wisdom, their creation, their sacredness, right? Being sacred to say, this is how I want to create. This is how I want to manifest. This is how I want to control. I think we can do ourselves service by inviting people to this space to have these conversations. I think oftentimes we are afraid, and there's a shame around having those conversations.
Yeah, I want to echo the importance of having people speak for themselves and learning from an unmediated experience. So what I mean by that, for instance, me reading about it and then telling people to love on sex workers and not think that they are sinful, but that we can make that human connection and learn from one another in that process. So echoing Nala there, but also, excuse me, when you posed the question, Sue, Reverend Sue, I started to think about like, what is that myth rooted in? Where would I think it comes from? And I don't have a lot of ideas about it, but I think about, in particularly the Christian faith, and I would have to read more about others, and in the Jewish faith, oftentimes when someone isn't faithful to God, they are called or they are joining their body as opposed to aligning their body with God, and they are the infidel is the whore. And I think just in terms of revisiting some of our language in religious spaces from the Christian experience, because it's the one that I have most of my study in and also have been connected. Revisiting some of the texts that we utilize. Is it Hosea, whose wife was considered a whore, and the whore was an image of Israel itself, right? That connection itself automatically demonizes sex workers, as we would call them in the present day, and gives us this idea that wherever there is a sort of fluid expression of sexuality, or wherever there is a sexuality that is not controlled or not under the thumb of God in a way, that sexuality is wanton and it's sinful and it doesn't belong in sacred space. And so part of our work there is not only revisiting those sacred texts that are plagued with harmful language, but breaking down the dichotomy between the secular and the sacred, and realizing that in that dichotomy, we also put bodies in those categories and say that these people are sacred, like Ignacio addressed in their presentation, like who's allowed to be sexual in a way. Well, who is allowed to be sacred? Who is allowed to be placed in this category of hope, and who is inherently just not even considered for that category of people? So I think part of our work has to be interrogating the foundations of the myth, particularly where religion has been complicit, and working through those foundations.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So let me just get that, because the box was in my way. So I wanted to kind of follow up on your comment, Dr. Elyse. You mentioned community, and so how do you believe, and then of course put it up for the other panelists as a this question, how do you believe that we as LGBTQ believers of color, do you feel that how we see ourselves sexually affects how we show up in and how we treat our peers within the community? So how we see ourselves sexually, right? Mm-hmm. Does it affect how we show up in and how we treat others in the community?
Yeah, projection is a real thing. Mm-hmm. And how we might perceive ourselves definitely creates the boxes in which we might place other people, and the things that work for us we might say work for other people, even if it isn't an expression that they are fully comfortable with. And I would say that that's not only on the conservative side, but also progressive side of things, quote unquote, that it almost, if you are, for instance, practicing celibacy, it's almost like some people would perceive you as a square. And it's like, but if celibacy causes you to feel a sense of freedom and liberation, then why would I, as a person who might practice sexuality differently, demonize your approach? So that's one thing I would say. But also in thinking about that question of how we perceive ourselves, I'm immediately thinking about how that image evolves and how the healing that I have to go through in this life is, and this is, again, I think it was referenced more than once this morning, that the healing is not only for myself, but for past generations and for future generations. And so thinking through how I perceive myself is a major starting point for how I will relate not only to other people in this life, but thinking spiritually and thinking in terms of those who will have connections to me, ancestor, whether that's biological or not. So yeah, I would definitely say generations, and I'll open it to.
Yes. Anyone else?
I think for me, the thought comes to mind about my experience working through partner, Katina Parker. It's called The Love Supreme Black, Queer, and Christian Health, and it features about 8 families who have LGBTQ people in their families who have either found ways to love beyond their ideological and theological in terms of sex and sexuality and identity, or who are still struggling. My family is one of the families in it, and my father and I have come to an impasse recently where he watched, not for the first time, but maybe for the second time, the trailer that's attached to the documentary. It opens up by saying that my parents threatened to beat me when they found out about how I identified. And my father felt like first he didn't agree that it happened, and felt like I was trying to defame his character, which I think is interesting because I believe that it can be very painful for our parents or even other loved ones who we come out to, who are disconnected from their own shame around their sexuality. And so I think that there's a way in which this film being a tool for healing, because I feel like if I'm going to participate in anything that has to do with healing, then I too have to go on a journey of healing. And so I feel like there are ways in which my father has projected some things onto me that are not necessarily mine to carry, but at the same time, it's also my responsibility, I feel, in a way to engage the conversation around sex and sexuality and power in ways that can help both of us heal. And so those are the ways that it comes up for me as I think about your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to tackle that?
I think I'm thinking about Luke chapter 6, when it says, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Mm-hmm. And when I think about that scripture, it was problematic interpretation for me for a while, because I thought that being fixed or being right or being perfect, then how I perceived what others were doing to me is how I was, what I was doing to myself. And I had to learn that I had to evolve as a person and as an individual in order for me to even understand where other people were at. And it's about empathy and about grace. And for me, sexuality, being raised in a heterosexual house, then there was a husband, there was a wife, there was a mother, and then there was a father. And then after experiencing my first marriage with a woman and making the decision after coming to grips with my spirituality, my sensuality, and my sexuality to divorce and move on, I still had some notions of how I perceived relationships, that there had to be a husband and a wife in a same-gender loving relationship. Quickly did I learn that that wasn't going to work in every case. So then when I started looking at other couples or looking for other couples that would resemble where I was at and what I was going through, I started to see other people and other couples that did not go and coincide with my belief system, that there would be somebody that would be the wife and somebody that would be the husband. Even as I evolved and began to grow in my own sexuality and continuing the work of my spirituality, I still struggle. And the reason why I speak to this is because I'm speaking from someone who identifies as a male. And as a male, many times being in the misogynistic and the patriarchal world that we live in and that we are debunking now and tearing down strongholds now, that there's still a work that has to be done even in our community. And especially in our community. So I brought that scripture up because when I started to think about it and started to think about the question that you raised, my sexuality, absolutely, and my preconceived notions and how I saw and what I thought, then when I looked at someone else, then I thought that, okay, this was the case and this is how it's supposed to be. So I measured people up against my own thinking. And to learn that later on that was not only not right, but that I had to evolve in areas that were my vulnerable areas that I didn't want to let anybody in, because some of the thought processes that I had on my own did not ever really belong to me in the first place and wasn't really who I was in the beginning. So I had to start to peel back my own onion and be able to begin to see who I was and what I really liked and what I really was engaged with and what I really understood. And it took what I call not really mistakes. Some people would call them mistakes. I call them a part of the process and the journey for me. And I had to go through the process and the journey. And as I learned through the process and went through the process and the journey, I began to see others that were the definition of what I was really thinking, that we all are welcome to the table, whoever we are, so that all of us can fit in. Mm-hmm. And even in my doctoral work and being a Drew, I started the work and I started Radical Hospitality and started interfaith work. But right in the middle of it, which has caused me to delay my graduation, but I'm glad about it, that I switched off and started to peel back some more work. And I realized that it wasn't about, for me, the interfaith. It was really about the man conversation, the male conversation that I needed to have with my other siblings who identified as males and who have identified as masculine, and those who have identified underneath those that were networking in the male industry. That I need to have a conversation of where are we at? What are we doing in this time that we're being told to shut up and listen for a moment because we need to? Where are we at? What are we doing? And how are we reconciling within our own community so that we can start looking at each other differently? And not only looking at each other differently, but in a diverse way, in a celebratory way, and be able to honor not only ourselves, but to be able to honor all of our siblings that may not look like or sound like us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woo! Ooh, that just like ignite fire. And I was like, yes. No, something that I was thinking about, I was thinking back to when I was like 7 years old. I don't know. I was like, why am I having a glimpse of me in that stage? And I was thinking like, oh, because that's when I realized femininity in me and how I want to express femininity. And so, and being, an Afro-Caribbean woman of trans experience, but like born into this world and assigned male at birth and said, this is how males are supposed to be. I was like, oh, because I realized in my family, I was around matriarch, like all the women were like strong, Jamaican women, like doing things. And they, like my grandmother had a husband and it was some toxic relationships in that. But I noticed how the men in the family had to have a unspoken position, but also how they got coddled. But I recognized that I wasn't coddled that way because there was femininity inside of me, right? And so I think as we're having this conversation and projection, I realized how even in my upbringing, how it was projected onto me of how I would be positioned in the world, right? So if I position myself by them as a male and femininity, I would be shamed, beaten. But now that I'm like, no, I know I'm recognizing how I get to identify, how I get to position myself in the world. How do I feel? I recognize that folks will say I'm not being authentic. Or folks will say that I don't get to live. Or folks will say that I don't get to speak. Or folks will say I don't get to have a seat at the table. Or folks will say I don't get to eat. And these are folks within the church.
Yes.
Right? Who say, create a bigger table. Until. And so when we think about the conversation of sex and intimacy, what came to me was like, child, I'm sometimes I'll be trying to survive before I can even think about who I'm going to love, because I'm so like sometimes it's a struggle to find what intimacy and partnership building will look like when you have those multiple layers of oppression in this world, in this political climate. And then, if I did find love, for example, in a woman, in a person, a female identified person or a woman identified, folks will say, okay, now you're really crazy. You are a woman of trans experience and you like women, something is going on with your brain. It's like, folks don't even expand on how intimacy will work. It's just like, okay, so you're trans woman, you have to like men. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Woo, yeah.
This is so good. So that brings up two questions back to back for me, right? So the first one, some of you have already begun to share your lived experiences. So the first question is, how's your view of sex and or intimacy evolved or devolved over the years? Some of you have already shared that, but I want those of you who have not kind of spoken about that yet, to unpack that a little bit more for us. And then the one right after that is, what relationship exists between sex, intimacy, and faith-based trauma? So let's start with that first one. How has your view of sex, intimacy, or sexuality evolved or devolved over the years? And can you provide some examples?
For me, I'm gonna jump in because I know I'm gonna forget it. For me, it evolved and devolved. It devolved because right now, the position I am in a state of celibacy, and wanting to connect, reconcile with some inner things for myself, because I had thought that sex was about pleasing the other person. I didn't think pleasure was something that I get to experience, particularly in my identities. I thought that if I please the partner, then there will be joy. I thought that if I did certain things to make them want to see me and exude who I am, it'll bring me joy. Totally wrong, totally off. And I recognize in my sensuality and my feminine divine being that also was used for folks to take advantage of. And I was so in a space of creating joy for others that I wasn't even having a discernment on, folks will have spiritual molestation on you. They will use it, and like literally I'm talking about to get what they want and crush your spirit and your being till you almost forget who you are. It took a moment of stepping back and experiencing hurt, grief, and pain to really be at a position of, wait, what is happening? Are you feeling what's actually happening? Are you connected to your spirit and your soul that this is not okay? This is not what you have been created for you to experience in life. There is other things that you get to control and navigate. So I think for me, sexuality involved in finding the God within myself first. Like, what is the God within me? What is it that she wants? What is that she wants to experience? How does she create that? And then manifest that in a person.
Yes. Who wants to follow that? How has your view of sex or intimacy evolved or devolved over the years?
I wanted to just sit with it for a second because, I mean, thank you, Nala, for what you shared. And, you know, when things are said and they carry a certain bit of weight, we in these spiritual settings, we just need to sit and carry with a second. Yeah, thank you for what you shared. Yes. So thinking about the question, what was the question, Lord? About evolution or devolution.
Yes, yes.
I mean, it was powerful.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. So I think coming from a sort of an evangelical spiritual expression, or even a more charismatic or Pentecostal holiness sort of space in my practice and experience in religion, it was very rigid. And it was very like, gosh, you have to be aware of, are you sinning? Are you praying the right amount of times? Are you praying the right way? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Lots of rules, as I mentioned before. And in making this shift to a more relations-based ethic, but also growing as a person and thinking about God's move in my life, or Spirit's expression through me, I think one way I've evolved is to approach this with a little bit of levity, a little more curiosity, a little more, it's okay if you make some mistakes. It's okay to explore. It's actually great to explore. It's great to get to know another person's way of being and a sexual being. It's good to ask questions, all of this sort of more expansive approach to it, rather than I know the answer and the answer is right here in the book and the pastor told me last week what the answer is. Just opening my mind and being like, maybe I don't know the answer to some things, or maybe something that was okay for me when I was 21 is not so interesting for me as a 34-year-old, and just being open to that process and wandering through the process has been fun for me, and has taken some of the stress off, and certainly has made me care a little bit less what people think about my sexual journey. So that's been a lot of fun and a great evolution.
Thank you. Kyndra?
I guess I'll offer that I realized some years ago that most of us who grow up in traditional ecclesial spaces and experience what one might call salvation, it was really a coerced salvation. It wasn't because of me loving God so much that I decided to get saved. It was because I was scared as hell of hell. And when I decided that I could no longer practice a type of bibliolatry that placed the Bible over God, and that I was called to be in relationship with the divine experience that is within me and all around me through creation, things did begin to become a bit lighter for me. And I approached my sexuality as well as my spirituality from a place of discovery and curiosity, as Dr. Elyse alluded to earlier, as well as understanding that we all have very unique relational experiences with the divine, and how mine's look does not have to be how yours look, and vice versa, that we serve such an expansive divine energy that we all can show up in various ways, and it be sacred, it be anointed, and it be blessed. I definitely believe that I have let go of a lot of the fear that I had when it came to discovery in terms of my own sex and sexuality, as well as understanding that there are a multitude of ways that people can be in relationship and experience relationship that does not have to look like monogamy, that does not have to look like polyamory, but can look like anywhere in between. So that's where I am right now.
Wow. So the chat box, Jesus, this is so good. It's so good. The chat box is just, the chat room is just blowing up.
Lighting up over here.
Listen, and I need to read for those who may be just on the phone. Nala, your comment about spiritual molestation is certainly going to lead into the other part of the question, right? About faith-based trauma. But spiritual molestation. This pastor, let's see who this is. I think it's Pastor Eric, says that a common problem is the thought that pleasing another could transfer into their acceptance, right? Thus, our self-acceptance, thus joy. This problem can make us vulnerable to spiritual molestation as well as physical molestation, right? So it's not, wow. Thank you to everyone we're lighting up. I hope we can save this and take some nuggets from it and kind of post it, because it's so rich in this this chat room. I'm just gonna check and make sure we do.
Yeah, the physical molestation is something that I still I struggle with even voicing, because it's the one that hurts me the most when I think about 7, because that's the age that I experienced all of those things. It's the one that it takes me a while to even bring up or even be vulnerable in relationships about why touch might be something that I struggle with in an intimate moment, when my being and my eyes and everything is saying yes, but I'm also saying yes and I'm still scared. Right? And so vulnerability, when we think about intimacy, vulnerability is also about being able to be seen and being able to be safe to share those intimate paths, to be present, and sometimes it takes a while to get there. It takes some reconciliation, like healing, and reconciling with, and forgiveness, or not.
Wow. Okay. So, now the second part. Oh, you're gonna talk
too. So I'm listening and I'm thinking about, and I'm glad that I'll be celebrating 44 years of living soon. And in my 44 years of living, got it going on. In the 44 years of living, I know what it is to be sexually molested at the age of 5 to 10. I know what it is to grow up with family, and all of the men have a certain thought process of what masculinity look like. I know what it is to run to the church in hopes of finding some peace, but instead continue from the physical molestation to the spiritual molestation. I know what it is to try to fit the model and the cookie cutter that exists, especially within the evangelical Pentecostal holiness movement, which I am recovering from. I know what that looks like. I know what it is to run underneath artists, gospel artists, recording gospel artists, and sing background for them and be featured on some of their work, and know what it is to learn the language of the facade that we put up, that heterosexuality is the only way before the people. But keep and give me eye contact because we're getting a look, and meet me afterwards behind the scenes. I know what it is to have to devalue sexuality or my sexual norms and grow and evolve from a place of brokenness that says you have to be married, that there is no such thing as masturbation, whether you do it behind the scene or not. There is no such thing as pornography in the Christian believer, even if you do it or not, because it was shunned upon. I understand what it is not to have those conversations that needed to be had in order to help us to grow in wellness and healthy living, and not have it because of the pseudo facades that have been set up among many religious leaders, whether it was their fault or not, and their own brokenness. And learn that those possibilities were not possibilities at all, because it was not even a discussion to be had, because this is the way it was supposed to be, this is the way it has to go, and this is the way we have to move. I know what it is to walk the streets and fail to call myself a sex worker because I would, after having the sex, then deny the money because of the hurt and the brokenness. I know what it is. I know what that is. I know what that is to be called to ministry in the midst of being the only one that was in the family that was going to church, that had any spirituality, knew what it was to be called, knew what it was to not only be called, but coming and fighting against the grains of those that were not educated for whatever reason of oppression that was existing in my family lives and my family generational curses that I decided to start breaking and then watch it go backwards. I know what it is to suffer the trauma of being inside of faith institutions and asking and screaming for help, but not having anyone present because the practitioners needed help themselves. I know what it is to try to go and pray it away or roll on the floor and speak in tongues and try to get it out your system, but then to pick it right back up when you get up off the floor until you get to a space where you say enough is enough. I hear you, divine. I hear you, spirit. And I hear also psychologists. I hear also counselors. I also hear mental health workers to help balance us out and help walk us through. I know what that is. I know what that is personally. So when you ask the question about evolution, that porn can sit at the table. Masturbation can sit at the table. Monogamy is not the only thing that sits at the table. Debunking that monogamy is the only way, and that there's and so many other things that we crucify that did not need to be crucified, that actually should have been celebrated, because actually in the sex worker, you learn exactly control and authority. And if you really search the scripture and you really search the scripture in the sacred text, there was a place and there were places for the ones that we call the sex workers now. And there were places that Rahab was one. And then we don't want to talk about the fact that she was the one who we called the Savior, Jesus the Christ, but she was also a relative of his. And then that, because of what she did, was the reason why he was able to show up. We don't want to talk about, have those conversations there. We don't want to talk about how patriarch and misogyny was existing within the scriptures, and we vilified it on one level and we directed on another level. But the challenge now to us is, and I continue to do it myself, is to look through another lens and to be able to look no better than the real lens that I really carry, being there, done that, and susceptible to do it again and be proud. Sorry, I had a moment there.
I'm like, we all need to just take a deep breath in. Woo! Woo! Yeah, that.
There's not enough time. Jeez.
I gotta tell you.
We need a part two.
What I will say, because a practitioner always know that if you have to diagnose something, it's not enough to diagnose it, but you have to be able to go through the process. And even going through the process, if it requires surgery, that I want only practitioners that are around me that know that after they have done the work, they know how to sew me back up. They know how to make sure that I'm living. They know how to walk me through the process of recovery and healing. And if I stumble, that it's okay, because it's not really a stumble. It's just a part of my process. And what I am encouraged by is that in this time and season that we have practitioners that are standing up. There are practitioners that are doing the work, because it evident that they are not only know what to do, but they've been a part of the lives as well, because it's not only been them looking outwardly, but they've looked inwardly.
Amen. Wow. Okay, so we're going to move on. Oh, we got questions in the box.
I just wanted to just add that I placed a resource there by Dr. Chanel Smith, who Testament Scott recently wrote a book called Touch, and it has a sub line that I can't remember right now, but it has to do with childhood sexual abuse and faith-based trauma that I think could be a helpful resource for folks. So it's there in the comments.
There is a question in the box that I'm going to ask. I promise I will ask it. But I do want us, since we are already there, we're on the cusp of this question already. What relationship exists between sex, intimacy, and faith-based trauma? Since we've already kind of on this already, let's just continue and talk about the relationship with faith-based trauma.
I guess I'll start this one off. I had an experience in 2012 where I was serving at Level 1 Center in Atlanta, Georgia, working with a young man who came in because he attempted to castrate himself with a circular saw. And I was warned by the interdisciplinary team not to go to his room to check on him, because his family, who was very traditional in their Christian beliefs, may not welcome a female clergy. But of course I went anyway. And in speaking with him, I found out that he attempted to dismember himself because he had such a hard time integrating his spirituality and sexuality. And he utilized Matthew 19 and felt that God was calling him to be a eunuch because of his same gender attraction. And so it was at that point that I recognized the stark relationship between Christian fundamentalism, queer identity, and mental health, because I was not unsure if he already had historically or genetically was predisposed to a mental health vulnerability, or if what he heard from his pulpit was the inception of his thought process, thinking that he was called to be a eunuch. And so I believe that there is absolutely a relationship between faith-based trauma, spirituality, religion. And Marlene Wynell, who is a white psychologist, coined the term over 2 decades ago called religious trauma syndrome. And it has to do with one who is leaving a very authoritarian, controlling religion and dealing with the damage of indoctrination. The symptoms of religious trauma syndrome are akin to complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And it has to do with how many of us go into I'll speak from the Christian context, since that is what I was raised in. We come out thinking very black and white about things, and it does not pair well with our own mental health wellness. One of the things that the Hope Center is doing to combat the faith-based trauma, religious trauma that is experienced particularly within the LGBTQ community, is partnering with Columbia University to look at the barrier Black mental health LGBTQ church attenders, because there are not enough research that's been done with us to come up with clinical as well as faith-based interventions that are culturally astute for exactly what we need, because it's really the faith-based trauma, religious trauma, spiritual abuse that kills, steals, and destroys.
Oh, it's so heavy. Yes. I think as you were, I started writing down like a faith trauma impacts well-being, and I think about when we think about sexuality and intimacy in parallel with faith trauma and our well-being, is that sometimes it impacts how we live, how we take care of ourselves, how we eat, how we don't eat, what access looks like. But I also, two things that I wanted to talk about as well was that how the generational faith trauma, how that exists, right? Where, I can share this in confidence, where, molestation and rape from the matriarch in my family, from the church, is something so heavy, where, my connection with God now had to be on my, never forced me to go to church because of her own trauma within the church. She would never force me to go into church. And solely because what was told, that if she told, she was going to go to hell. I kid you not, if we sit down with the women and just the feminine energy within our families, we will have some stories that we were not ready to unpack. And we're so afraid to have those conversations because we're scared to, demonize or decharacterize this bishop or whoever it could be. We're nervous to have those conversations. And then the lies, going back to the, for folks who are same gender loving is because you were molested within the church is why you are the way you are. So then now it's like insult to injury, right? So when I think about those faith trauma and I think about sexuality, I think about how some of the rhetoric and language are used to shut people up, but also to take power of folks' narrative. Yeah.
Thank you, Nala. Dr. Elyse?
Thanks for what was named so far. I wanted to address some of that, and I think it's been alluded to a little bit, but I want to touch on the sort of the race-based faith trauma, right? So as Black and brown people on this land and other lands, but speaking specifically to the context of the United States, the ways that Black sexuality, brown sexuality has been maligned, exoticized, Black women's bodies have been considered more vulgar than other women's bodies, as my partner would say, and that some women who are people of color are casted as more submissive than others, and all of these narratives that are launched upon us as race people and also as people within church. So you have that body spirit dichotomy that we gain from Western ways of thinking, Enlightenment thinking that places the body below the mind, or ancient ways of thinking in some expressions of it that place the body below the spirit. But then on top of that, you have this idea that I am less than as a sexual being because I am Black. And I've only really regained access to my sexuality as a Black woman in the last 150, 160 years. So there's a lot of ways in general, like if you think about great-great-grandmother, probably my great-great-grandmother was enslaved. And you think about what she passed on in her body, generationally speaking, to my great-grandmother, my grandmother, that makes my mother say, you need to, not today, you need to, you need to close your legs when you're sitting down. You need to make sure that you don't, when you carry yourself in the street, you speak in a certain tone. So in all of these ways, can we hear me? Yeah? Great. Right. Thank you. I was hearing from someone in the house that I'm not being heard, but that we have to police ourselves in all of these ways on top of what religion is imposing upon us. So a lot of the work that I do with people as I'm coaching through a training or what have you, it has partly with the religion and the ways that religion has created these narratives around sexuality, but also how being a Black person in the United States of America has informed how I ought to relate to my sexuality and informed the ways that I am already cast as dirty, as not able to be raped, as not experiencing pain the way other women experience pain, thinking particularly of my experience as a Black woman, but that same idea can be passed to different racial groups and different gender identities, and how part of our work has to do with breaking down all of that and seeing how that also is upheld by religion and faith-based trauma.
Thank you. Wow. I just want to make sure that I am, all right, I'm seeing the question. I'm going to get to that. I just want to make sure that we get this particular one in, and it's 2:27, and so I know we're going to start wrapping up in the next 15 minutes or so. I believe so. Dr. Renair, correct me if I am wrong.
You are correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we do want to give room for those who are listening on the phone lines and who are on Zoom with us to ask their questions. So if you have not yet inserted a question in the Q&A box, feel free to do so, and we'll make sure we'll get to them. And so the last question I will ask before we open up for Q&A is, I'm trying to think of which one I want to. Oh boy. So I feel like we're going to end soon. Okay, so I think a number of you already talked about just in general conversation about how you provide counsel or provide mental health support to individuals of faith who are struggling. So can we talk a little bit about that? Like, how would you provide support to individuals of faith, to LGBTQ individuals of faith who are struggling with their sexual identity, expression, or orientation?
I guess I'll kick us off as one of the mental health providers on the panel. I became a social worker to become a better spiritual leader because I recognized at my experience with the young man in the hospital that my skills as a chaplain were simply not enough. One of the things that I found out possibly a couple of years ago that is extremely helpful is religious integrated cognitive behavioral therapy. Religious integrated cognitive behavioral therapy. It is a type of intervention that was created at Duke University's, I could be getting the acronym wrong, but it's spiritual health and theology department, but it covers 5 of the major religions. It covers Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Islam. And I like to use those interventions from time to time. But really it is a matter of sitting with people and teaching them various breathing techniques, mindfulness techniques, other coping strategies to support them in dealing with the acute trauma that some people come in with who have experienced faith-based trauma particularly. And then once they pick up to learn how to cope, then we enter into talking about their trauma narrative within the story, within their life. Some of those trauma narratives could be very layered, and we have to pick them out piece by piece, but it is looking at the thoughts that were picked up by those experiences, looking at the feelings that were internalized by those experiences, and then helping people come up with an ending or conclusion to their narrative that is more life-giving and life-sustaining. And then supporting people, sometimes it just is a matter of sitting with them and going through the Bible. Some people want that as a part of their clinical experience, looking, and it helps being a pastor to be able to support them in their line of thinking and being a conversation partner with them in that way. But so those are some of the ways that I offer to support people who are dealing with religious trauma.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I also, I'm not a therapist, not a social worker, but having gone through my own journey and having, I think, just reflected on my own processes of healing, I tend to work with stories as well. So I begin with this question of, what is your story as a sexual self? And then more deeper questions of, for instance, what are the values that inform the particular beliefs that I may have around gender and sexuality? And then asking, is this serving me? Where did I get it from? And is it currently serving me? And I think what we'll find is that often we're picking up beliefs from television, we're picking up beliefs from something our second grade teacher told us about how we should be acting or something like that. And it got embedded in us along the way. And we just started to function off of that belief. But I think some of the most important things that we have to do in our processes of healing, or at least I have learned, is to excavate the story, to dig deeply and ask, where did this come from? God says to Adam and Eve, like, who told you you were naked? And the question remains, like, who tells you these things about yourself? And are they serving you? In the end, are they orienting you toward the end that you have in mind for yourself as a sexual being, as a gender being? And if not, then how can you reorient your thinking in a way that serves the end that you seek? And so a lot of times we pick up new beliefs and we want to incorporate them into our lives, but I think it's so important to do that excavation, that digging up, that removing, that analyzing and interrogation of the beliefs, so that they don't have that stronghold when we start to adopt new beliefs. We don't put our new wine in old wine skins. That's biblical. Yes.
That's in the book. Reverend Charles, did you have anything to add?
I think also, as it has already been expressed, being a pastor, that does give you the opportunity to have some conversations as well as going through sacred texts. One of the things that I live by, which has gotten me into trouble, and is good trouble, is being transparent. Very transparent about my process and about my journey and about my walk. Being someone who holds 4 master's degrees and working on a doctoral degree, and to be able to say, look, and where I came from, and where people will be able to say, you know, where you came from looked kind of bright, but it wasn't me. It wasn't my authentic self. I wasn't living in my truth. And part of the expression is living truth to power. And I wanted to speak, and my daily expression for me is to speak truth to power. And speaking truth to power first is to actually evolve in the truth of my own self. And when working with individuals, I let them see exactly who I am. Being someone who is a boundary awareness facilitator as well, teaching them how to uphold boundaries and how to have boundaries with self, and even boundaries with scriptures. Boundaries with scriptures, and being able to start to internalize and actually doing the work of studying the scriptures, in which, especially from the Christian tradition and generally, especially from the Black and brown community, if the pastor, if the priest, if the bishop, if the overseer said it, then that's word is bond. And to be able to question, and not only question the leaders, but to be able to have that space where we question the divine, the one that we call God, and be able to question about what we see and how we feel, and absolutely believing that the absolutes that we have down are not so absolute at all. And to be able to really walk through the process of not being cookie cutters, but also learning through your own individuality of exactly who you are, and loving being who you are, and living in your be, walking in your truth, learning what your truth is. So I take the psychology background, the social work background, the educational background, the spiritual background, and do the life coaching work. And I'm very personable when it comes to walking people, because I know what it was not having anyone to walk with me for quite some time. So I use the empathy to guide and taking one step at a time, because we're all in this together. And again, I believe that the key word is communal, and that we're all in this together, So that's my approach in handling it. But I'm very clear on my own limitations and making sure that I point people in the right way, or in the right direction. And if I can't handle it, or if I know that it's too much, or it's not in my league, that I'm very clear on pushing, or rather walking people in the avenue in which they need to go to get the help with life, because it's important. We all have it. I ascribe to healthcare providers. I ascribe to mental health workers and professionals, and I believe that it should be the goal of every single person that is Black and brown. And I'll talk about the other colors later, but we're not talking about that now. We're talking about the Black and brown community. In the Black and brown community, I believe everybody ought to see somebody, because there's trauma one way or the other. We are born in trauma.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing the wisdom that's on the screen right, in this space. It's amazing. And you've given us so much to think about, to chew on for a very, very long time. And with that, I think the question that we had inside of the Q&A box has already been answered. Thank you so much, Reverend Charles, for answering that question. I did not see if there are any other questions in our chat. I do want to give that opportunity for any one of you who has a question to be able to ask it before we hand it back over to Dr. Renair. Also,
Reverend Sue, there are several different websites that you can go to that's on the chat as well. Reverend Kyndra put some as well.
Yes. And I'm going to assume that these will be sent out for those who were not able to join us online, but are joining us on the phone. Yes, Nala.
I just wanted to circle back to the last question that was asked. Although I'm not a mental health physician, what I do find is storytelling and creating space for that can have people recognize that they're not alone. I think so many of the conversations that tend to not happen is that we're afraid that we're the only one going through it, and that if I share this, would I be judged? Would I be shamed? And so what I find when I think about youth, handling them with a level of gentleness, but also handling their parents with a level of gentleness, right? Because I often think of when folks are in session, how they get so disappointed in hearing that the child is going through that, or the youth is going through that they're in their ways of being condemning their parents, but not knowing the history and the story of their parents' existence and what their access and lack thereof was. And so when I think about the youth that come to me and they're like, well, how do I do this? Or how do I navigate this? Or how do I have a faith relationship? I think about handling them with gentleness and asking them, like, well, how do you feel? Where do you feel like you are? What is it that you require right now in this moment? What do you feel drawn to? you know, really asking them, because you're giving them the space to create. And I don't think when we think about young folks, they don't feel like they have the ability to create, because so much of their programming and existing in life has been told to them.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Nala. Again, thank you, everyone. I do not see any other questions, either in our Q&A box or in the chat. So I am going to pass the baton back over to our Dr. Renair. Thank you for this time.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. And before we close this amazing panel, I'm going to ask each of you, if you have something, a thought, a quote, a word, a message to those that have been present with us today around their sexual and spiritual journey, do you have a message or a word of advice for anyone that has been with us today? And or do you have something that you would like to plug, maybe a book, an event, a way for them to contact you, a way for them to reach you? So the way I'm going to go by the order of the way my screen is laid out, and that starts with Reverend Charles.
I wasn't prepared to take my my mute and put it on the unmute. My encouraging word is continue to walk this out, where people may have failed you, and we are fickle, and we are perfectly imperfect people. There are people that I had to forgive, and there are people that had to forgive me. And we're on a walking process. So for me, in thinking about sexuality, spirituality, the trauma from it, and even how to move from one place to the next, that be patient with yourself. Know that your God is still, and the one that, whoever, the God of your understanding, is ever present with you, still walking with you. And where people may have failed, divine spirit is still present. As long as we have breath, and even when we don't, spirit is still present. And especially in the time that we're living in, where we're now all virtual, you'll be surprised at where divine can show up at. And continue to know that you're a walking vessel, and that you got this. Yeah. That you have this. I also want to throw a little personal plug in that Dr. Renair, she may not even know it, but that she's my personal cheerleader, and I watch her closely. The same type of work that she's doing, I decided to change my dissertation, and my dissertation is on radical love, utilizing the themes of radical love as the foundation for finding new metrics to work from after and during the deconstruction of misogynistic identification of maleness and masculinity among cisgendered males traumatized by Eurocentralized Black and other church experiences. And I'm going to begin to invite those out so that we can begin to have a conversation. It's time for us to break bread. It's time for us to be broken. And it's time for us to heal together. God bless.
All right, now, please let us know how we can be of service to you, how we can share the resources and all of that. I don't know, it made me cry. I had a little tear in the corner of my eye there. Thank you so much, Reverend Charles. I have a raised hand here. I'm not sure if they meant to raise their hand. I'm going to see if they would like to speak. So I'm going to open up the line real quick. Hi, did you raise your hand? Did you have a comment or thought? Maybe not. Just checking. Do you have a comment or a thought? If not, it coughed a little bit there, but so I'm gonna lower the hand. So again, I want to say thank you so much for your message. I'm going to shift you over to a panelist, as an attendee. So as I do, your video will close out. So I don't want anyone to feel like they got voted off. I'm just going to get ready to start to close this out. But thank you, much love, and please let us know how we can support you in your research and in your work. Love you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Reverend Charles.
Love you all. Peace and blessings. Love and light.
Thank you.
So next up on my screen is Reverend Kyndra.
It has been such a gift and honor and pleasure to be present with each and every one of you amazing beings. The message that I have to leave with you, all that are viewing, is that you are whole, complete, and lacking nothing, made in the image of the Most High. You are purpose to be all that you have been called to be in this life. And I celebrate each and every part of you, those parts that you also celebrate, and even those parts that you might be ashamed of. Continue to keep on living and diving deep into the process of healing, because the journey is always about healing, and healing never stops. Anytime we come to a new iteration or season in our life, we're always called to deepen our healing. You can find my personal social media platforms at Kyndra Frazier, Kyndra. Frazier is Frazier. You can also follow Hope Center Harlem at Hope Center Harlem on Facebook, on Instagram, as well as on Twitter. Hope Center Harlem is right in the heart of Harlem, located at 228C West 116th Street, where we give up to 10 sessions for free for residents of Harlem, individual, couples, family counseling, grief groups, and the list could go on. You can follow us at www.hopecenterharlem.org. And a big plug to the Hope Center Harlem. We just won the American Psychiatric Association's Award for advancing minority mental health. And I am so grateful to those I serve alongside with, and grateful to lead that. But you all come and check us out on our website. You can find everything that we have going on that may have changed slightly in terms of scheduling due to COVID-19. But again, thank you all, and peace and blessings.
I'm muted. There we go. Congratulations. Most deserving. And again, just let us know whatever we can do. I try to share the videos when I see your lives and the content that you post and things like that. You are definitely a blessing to the community or at large, Harlem, us, online, offline. So I thank you for saying yes. Before anything I can say, anything, like whatever you need. And
it's
so,
you, Dr. Renair.
I appreciate that, and everyone has been blessed today because of all of you. So I just want to say thank you again. And when I move you over, if you could type your links in so all the attendees and everyone can see it as well. I've been trying to copy and paste the stuff that just came to us. But thank you again for your time. I greatly, greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to go on. The next person that is coming up is Dr. Elyse.
Thank you, Renair, Dr. Renair. Thank you, Reverend Sue. Thank you, everyone that was on this panel, as well as our speakers from this morning. It has been a life-affirming day for me, and I so appreciate this space that has been created for our collective thriving. I want to leave us with some words from one of my mentors. I call her Mama Itihari. She's Itihari Toure. And she says to find and connect ourselves with communities that are strong enough to hold our truths. And I think that sometimes when faith-based communities have been harmful to us, or we have faith-based trauma, we are out here on our own, just floating out in the sea, trying to heal, trying to make other connections. But I just want to impress upon you the importance of finding communities that can hold your truth and that can walk with you through your healing process and help you to know that you're not alone in all that you are experiencing and all that you will become. You have community with you, and my prayer is that you find them. And I want to also encourage everyone to have fun in this process. Like I said before, one of my greatest revelations has just been bringing more levity to my experience as a sexual and gender person. So have a little fun with it. And Reverend Kyndra didn't mention it, but her film, A Love Supreme, however that needs to be supported, please support it, because I need this film to be out. I need this. I need to see it. I need everybody to see it. It's excellent. And I thank her and her team for working on that. That's all.
Everybody's going to get muted. Dr. Elyse, you have no idea how long I've been admiring your work and following the podcasts and the conversations and your research and things for a long time. So I am so grateful that you were able to give us the time today and show up. I greatly look up to you. I greatly admire you. So I say thank you for everything that you shared. Please, please, please. People are like, can't wait for part 2. Please put all your links and where people can find you and where they can support you into the chat room to all the attendees so that they can see it. And I'm really, really grateful that you were able to join us today. I am humbled and I appreciate it so, so much. Next up, of course, is Nyla.
I call you Auntie Dr. Renair. That's our relationship that I get to say. So I just want to say thank you so much for having me. This has been a beautiful, beautiful webinar. I've learned so much. I'm taking away a lot. I just want to say thank you to all the panelists. It was great to share space. And the thing that I was writing to, what I was going to say was just to start with the God within us, like finding the God within us first. And just a reminder that we are a creation of God, in which our first yes is from God. And so when anything else in the world tells you that there's a no, remember that the first yes is from God. That our breath, that yes is for the breath of life. So if we do anything else, all we have to simply do is just go. That is our first yes. And to be reminded of that, just to be reminded of just the breath of life, that is what grounds us. That is who we are. So yeah, that's all I want to leave folks with in navigating when things get a little bit rocky and you don't know how or what, just take a moment and take a deep breath in and breathe out. That's your breath of yes. That's your yes to life. Yeah.
Muted. I just start talking. I mute so that you don't hear all the lovely cars that drive by my house. But Nyla, yes, you call me Auntie Doctor and all those fabulous things. And I'm blessed to call you family. You are very instrumental in the work that not just stays local, like you go into the mainstream, which can be risky in its own self. You've journeyed through some things because you've gone mainstream. And so I am grateful that you were able to take time today to be a part of this conversation, because your voice is always needed. And you making time, even in the middle of your respite, that means a lot to me. So I thank you for that. And just like I said to everyone else, please, when I move you out, put all of your links and whatever people can support you. Don't make me cry. I'm almost through this. I got one more to go. But I love you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so, so much. Well, now, here it is. Reverend Sue, we have made it through this day. Do you have a word or message for the people?
You know, everybody else said a lot of stuff. And I was like, dang, I was going to say that. But just really simply, whoever's on this Zoom, whoever's has been with us throughout this whole day, whoever's been on the phone with us, the message is simply that you are good. You are good, right? Everything about you is good. Your body is good. How you experience pleasure is good. Your sex is good. Everything about you is good. And so that is pretty much what came up for me. You're good. And I want you to take that and embrace it and post it. Post it up on your bulletin boards and on your refrigerators and anywhere on the mirror, every mirror that you have in your house, you know, and declare within yourself that you are good because the divine made you that way, right? And so I thank you, my sibling. Thank you, Renair, for inviting me to moderate and just be with you this day, this achievement. I said earlier, I'm so grateful to not only be included, to participate, but to bear witness to this, because this is just, is really just the beginning. You know, we have gone above and beyond last year, right? And being able to be online, it didn't happen the way you wanted it to, right? The way you anticipated that it would. But by it being in this format, by it being online, he opened it up to so many people who would not have been a part of this conversation, who would not have received, begun the process of healing because of this conversation, who would not know, right? That they are not alone, right, in their struggle. And so I commend you. I'm grateful for you. Thank you for your example. Thank you for sticking to it and not throwing in the towel and not canceling this because it was needed. And more forums like this are needed. So I look forward to part 2 and part 3 and how this will continue to grow and to bring healing virtue to our community. So I love you. Thank you.
I love you too, Reverend Sue, and most people know and everyone doesn't, but we go back almost now about 18 years. And so always whenever you say, yes, I'm there, we do that for each other. And we want to continue to do that for each other. And so please make sure everyone knows where they can find you on social media, your projects that you're working on. I definitely want everyone that's participating and people that will watch this on a replay to be able to contact people and be able to share with them. I'm going to do my best to put everything within a document that we will be able to send out in a couple of days with the video for everyone to have access to. So thank you for your time today. I greatly appreciate you and I love you from the bottom of my heart. So as we prepare to close, I just want to take a second to thank some people here that made today possible. I want to remind everyone, if you would like to get more information about the things that we will be working on over the next few months, you can go to www.lgbtqfaithmatters.com for more information. You can also find more information about the facilitators and panelists. I'm sorry, my screen is blinking. So, we would also like to thank our sponsors. We would like to thank MOVE, Motivation, Opportunity, Vision, Entertainment, for being our fiscal conduit. So if you would like to do a tax-deductible donation to LGBTQ Faith Matters, you would do it through them. So we're so grateful. Color Magazine for being a media sponsor. They showed up today and they've been part of the tech team, supporting us behind the scenes, especially once we had to take everything online. Parity NYC, we would not even be on a webinar platform right now if it had not been for them reaching out when we first said that we might have to cancel and offering us the ability to use their platform for this symposium and for any other online activities that we would like to do. So we want to give thank you to Parity NYC and also to Brooklyn Pride, who is another sponsor of ours who has been a part of behind the scenes helping make all of this possible. And of course, none of this would be so without Reverend Jerri Lee, without Ignacio, without Reverend Susan, Dr. Elyse, Reverend Kyndra, Nala, Reverend Charles. I am so grateful to each and every person who has tuned in or chimed in from where they are to be a part of this amazing day. And again, for those that might have missed it in the very beginning, Holoclaria Coaching is no more. We have been LLC'd and we are now operating under Pink Love Wellness. And for many people that don't know, I've been talking about Pink Love for a long, long time. And I'm just so grateful that I get to share all of what's next for Pink Love Wellness with you all. This has been recorded. We will do our best to get the recording together for dissemination. We also will have a survey around faith-based trauma in the LGBTQ community that we will be sending out as well. We are collecting data on faith-based trauma and LGBTQ communities of color as my work, my research work, my postdoctoral work continues. So if anyone needs anything or would like to reach out to us, it's lgbtqfaithmatters@gmail.com, lgbtqfaithmatters@gmail.com, and we will keep you posted on what is next for us. So everyone have a blessed and amazing day. I thank you again for your time. And I pray that you gained something, learned something, will carry something from this day forward into your faith journey, your sexual journey, and your personal journey. Love you from the bottom of my heart and have a blessed day.